This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A Wyoming federal judge on Monday ruled against a Rock Springs couple who sued their local school district on claims the district helped to socially gender transition their high school daughter without their knowledge or consent. U.S. District Court Judge Scott Skovdahl ruled that Sean and Ashley Willie's lawsuit doesn't carry enough proof that Sweetwater County School District No. 1 violated their parental or religious rights. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Skovdahl judged the case early in the school district's favor and dismissed it.
The judge came back on Monday and dismissed the case and said, look, they honored the student's request to be called by alternate name and pronouns, but they weren't doing active hiding. They weren't doing active burying.
Sean and Ashley Willie's daughter attended Black Butte High School in Rock Springs from 2021 to 23. During that time, peers and multiple teachers started referring to her by a male name and pronouns. Her mother, Ashley, who's a teacher in another school in the district, didn't learn of her daughter's new identity until a district-wide training in March of 2022. Authorities believe that a woman found dead outside her wrecked vehicle on White Mountain on Sunday is a Green River woman who has been missing for more than 2 months. Though her identity has yet to be forensically verified pending an autopsy, the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office said circumstantial evidence points to it being 41-year-old Melissa Amadio, who was last seen February 26th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports the description of the vehicle she was driving and other personal effects indicate that the deceased woman is Amadio.
White Mountain is a flat butte and it runs north-south the distance of Rock Springs. There's a county road that traverses along the rim. And so at some point, her car careened off of that road and rolled down the side of the butte. And it was found kind of wedged in a ravine. So from what I understand, it was found by people on dirt bikes who were riding the area on Sunday afternoon.
Amadio's brother posted about his sister's death on the Missing People of Wyoming Facebook page, asking for space and promising to provide updates about funeral arrangements. He thanked everyone for their efforts in helping to find his sister. 4 days after a commercial truck driver was hit and killed while stopped on the shoulder of I-80 near Rock Springs, the Wyoming Highway Patrol is escalating its search for the hit-and-run driver and asking for the public's help to find the suspect. Jeremy Simeon, a 41-year-old commercial truck driver from Texas, was struck and killed while standing outside his vehicle on the shoulder of I-80 between Rock Springs and Green River Friday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the incident is sending a ripple of emotion through the entire trucking community.
James Simeon was pulled over to the shoulder of the highway, which is not uncommon. He was standing on the passenger side of his truck when he was struck and killed. And so there's a sense that that really could have been any one of us from the trucker community. Jeremy Simeon had only been working for this company, Utah-based Andrus Trucking, for 2 weeks when this incident happened.
Anyone with information that can help the search for the hit-and-run driver is asked to call the Wyoming Highway Patrol. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, welding has been a job hotspot for a while now, and it's only getting hotter. That's showing up at WyoTech in Laramie, where its 9-month program with 58 welding seats already has a waiting list that stretches to next April. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the outsized demand for WyoTech's career and technical programs is fueling yet another huge expansion at the trade school.
Welding is just such a hot job prospect right now. The average salaries are good, but all of the programs really are beginning to have waiting lists, Wendy. And so adding this square footage is all about expanding the existing programs, not necessarily even adding new ones, but expanding the existing programs to bring in more students to meet the industry demand that's out there.
The marketing director at WyoTech said the Laramie School's overall vision is to be America's destination trade school. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Wednesday. Judge sides with the school district on gender transition lawsuit. Missing Green River woman likely found dead on White Mountain outside Rock Springs. Cleanest air in the country. Congratulations, Casper, Fremont County. Hit and run still shocking for a trucking company that had hired the deceased man just 2 weeks on the job before he was killed. Trade school WyoTech keeps on growing. Thunderbirds will do their annual flyover at CFD on Saturday now. And special guests today include author and naturalist Charles Hood and the man behind a Fishing for a Cause tournament in Sublette County, Chancey Goodrich. And hello, good morning. It's National Raisin Day. Also, Andrew Rossi, who's going to be on the show later, will be delighted to know it's National Bugs Bunny Day. All right. He loves cartoons, by the way. He's all about cartoons. We'll have Andrew on. It's going to be, maybe a little bit of a rainy day today. Here's the updated day weather forecast. Rain likely. Casper highs 48. Cloudy. Rain in Riverton. Mainly front-loaded before 2 p.m. Highs 53 in Ruriton. That's how people say it in Riverton. Ruriton. Rain likely in Evanston, cloudy, 52. Green River, rain, cloudy, breezy, 57. Pinedale, yeah, you'll probably see some rain, breezy. Maybe a little sunny in the afternoon, 51 in Pinedale. Chance of rain early in Alpine. Skies gradually clearing, though, in the afternoon. Highs 57 in Alpine. DuBois, chance of rain, partly sunny, highs 48. Jackson, chance of rain. Mostly sunny in the afternoon, though. Once it clears out, 54. The high in Jackson. Thermopolis, rain likely early in the morning. 54, the high, partly cloudy afternoon in Thermop. Cody, chance of rain, cloudy. Cody, you've got more rain you know what to do with. Buffalo, Sheridan, you've seen some rain. You'll get more today. Buffalo, it'll come late afternoon, cloudy, breezy, 49, rain. Sheridan, patchy fog this morning, rain near certain in the afternoon today with highs 57. It has been a wet week in Sheridan. Gillette, chance of rain, cloudy, 52. Newcastle, rain likely in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase, 53, the high in Newcastle. Torrington, chance of rain. In the afternoon, clouds increasing, 63. Your high. Lusk, you'll top out at 52 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Rain likely in Cheyenne, highs approaching 60. Laramie, you're getting rain too, highs mid-50s. 51 in Rawlins with rain, cloudy. Just rain everywhere. Well, it's good stuff. We like it, we need it, especially in spring, as Don Day says. You know, to have those really warm, sunny days in spring that just eats into our snow melt, our snowpack, is not good. It's not good to melt the snowpack all at once. It's good to do it slowly, rain and cloudy conditions, temps moderate at, 50s. That's good stuff. That's the way to ensure we'll have a little bit of water left come August. So that's a positive thing. We got tons going on today. Greg Johnson will be back into the show, which is good news. Greg's just been super busy. So he says, I worry that maybe he was holding out for, negotiation for more pay or something. I don't know. I think it was possibly, holding out of just some kind of protest. He needs more money to be on the show. Maybe. He says he's just been super busy. Claire McFarland, bombshell story, our lead story today, which if you're getting the newsletter, and I hope you are. Don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter, Cowboy Stay Daily. You'll have that in your inbox early morning, probably before you wake. Unless you're a member of the growing trend of men who get things done. I didn't mean to go into this topic, but I saw a story the other day, and I'll probably never be able to find it. But it's a growing trend, and it was particularly men, not necessarily women, the story. It was a growing trend of men, some of the most influential, rich, successful men in the business world right now all attribute their success to getting up early, like before anybody. CEOs of companies, it's a growing trend. Like by 4 a.m., they're up at 4, maybe earlier. 4, I'm up at 3:30. They're up at 4 a.m., they get in a quick workout, and then they're in front of their computer taking care of things before the rest of the world wakes up. They said that's how they get ahead. They're a step ahead because they start their day early. Well, you can start your day that early with a newsletter in your inbox super early, and you'll feel like you're on top of it. Cowboy Stay Daily newsletter where you'll get all the news, and you'll know the top story today is Judge sides with Rock Springs Schools, tosses parents' gender transition lawsuit. We've been following this story. Claire McFarland's been following this story. Sean and Ashley Wiley lawsuit claiming the school district worked behind their back to help or assist or, in other words, otherwise enable their daughter to kind of transgender to their son. The daughter wanted to become a boy. The girl wanted to be a boy. And the school district was being accused of helping that cause without the parents' knowledge or consent. And that lawsuit now tossed out. The couple has promised to appeal. We'll talk more about that story later. Fremont County, Casper's got the cleanest air. I'm a little bit surprised. Wyoming's got clean air for sure. This is the American Lung Association that made this designation. The State of the Air Report 2025. Looking at year-round particulates, that kind of stuff. Teton County, Jackson Hole, you would think, that was a clean place. Blue ribbon trout streams and clean air, clean mountain air. Nah, not the case. Teton County actually received a failing grade. And I, who live here, not surprised. This valley's being polluted every day by development and progress. The clean air or lack of clean air in Teton County was attributed perhaps to area wildfires. That might be the case, but I know the water. DEQ has warned Teton County that several streams are polluted. And guess why? Development. I mean, it's just building constantly here. Too many people here, in my opinion. Trucking community still devastated by a fatal hit and run on I-80 near Rock Springs. This is 4 days later after Jeremy Simeon was killed. He was on the job. He was a trucker for 2 weeks. So maybe he didn't know better. I know some truckers with experience on I-80, when they pull over, they're got head on a swivel. I'm not saying Jeremy was too inexperienced, but he was pulled over, and then another semi-truck comes along, sideswipes, actually did not damage his truck. But while he was standing, Jeremy was standing on the side of the highway, he was hit right around milepost 99 between Rock Springs and Green River. This happened last Friday. Now, how far out in the highway was he? I don't know. But he was far enough away from his truck that he was hit, but his truck was not hit. We may never know who the driver of that semi-truck is. It was a hit and run. The dash cam from the victim's truck shows the offending truck go by. All we know is it's white. It's got like kind of a lion's head logo on it, but not very descriptive. That description could be 100 trucks. Speaking of trucking, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman applauds Trump's recent executive order to get non-English speaking truckers off the road. Not that this incident we just talked about has anything to do with English or not English, but Hageman's a couple of weeks ago, she petitioned the Trump administration saying, we got to rescind this old policy, the Biden era. That might even be an Obama era policy, actually, of allowing for, or at least being lenient on truckers who can't read or write or speak English. We need truckers so bad that it's okay if they speak Russian, and that's it. Supposedly. Well, Trump said, no, you've got to have a basic understanding of English or you can't read the signs. Hageman's been saying that for weeks, and finally the Trump looks like he agrees with the new executive order. The body found on White Mountain is likely missing Green River woman, Melissa Amadio of Green River. I didn't know. Later this morning, we'll look into where exactly White Mountain is, how you could be on White Mountain and not be found. It's possible. It's a popular area to, go four-wheeling, off-roading, mountain biking. I think with a couple of mountain bikers that found her. Or a couple of dirt bikers. She had been missing since February of this year, early this year. Wildtech's pretty interesting trade school. It's been getting bigger and bigger. How popular is this school? They got a wait list going into April 2026 for some of their programs. They got a welding program so popular that they had to add a night class where students are welding at 2 in the morning. I mean, this place is booked out. Wildtech. Growing and growing. It's pretty interesting. It's a Laramie Trade School. They're adding a new $48 million expansion set to open in 2027. Wildtech busting at the seams. And that's okay. If the seams bust, they got plenty of welders there. They can fix it. The Thunderbirds are going to be flying over Cheyenne Frontier Days, as they usually do. They've been a regular feature since 1953. In fact, they only missed 2 rodeos since 1953. They'll be flying over Cheyenne Frontier Days rodeo again this year, but the news is it's a move to Saturday. I think they usually fly on Friday, I want to say. But they're going to move, traditionally held midweek from 11 a.m. to noon. So some folks might miss it, especially if you're working during the week. They're now going to move it to Saturday afternoon, and probably a lot more people will be able to watch the Thunderbirds do their thing. Plenty of other stories we'll be following today from the Cowboy State Daily and elsewhere, including we're going to rank the states by foster care. That was in the news recently, obviously, the bad foster dad. We're going to rank the states by drug use, problem drug use. Wyoming, by the way, didn't do very well in that ranking. Do we have a drug problem? We'll talk about that later. We'll still talk about tariffs, Chinese imports, and how dependent is Wyoming on imports from China. We rank the states by how much they consume Chinese product. Will tariffs and the trade war launched by the Trump administration affect Wyoming terribly? How dependent is Wyoming on Chinese imports? We'll take a look at that too, and we'll let you know what University of Wyoming football players got invites to NFL camps. Nobody was drafted from UW, but a few players, at least 2. One got drafted into the CFL, Canadian Football League, and 2 players received invites to a couple of NFL camps just to kind of walk on and try out. We'll let you know who they are. And then special guest today. Can't wait to talk to Charles Hood, a naturalist. And he's so much more than that. An author. His latest book's fascinating. He's also a photographer. So he photographs wildlife that appear in his book. So he does it all. But he's got a fascinating life story. The guy has done everything. He's been everywhere. Every state, whole mess of countries. He's just an interesting guy. Charles Hood will join the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake later. And then we'll talk to Chauncey Goodrich, who founded a few years ago, Fly Fishing for Cancer tournament down in Sublet, where they have some blue ribbon trout streams. I'll tell you, very popular fishing tournament, and trying to help the cause, fight cancer and other terminal illnesses. Chauncey will be on with us as well on the Cowboy State Daily Show. So we've got a lot to get to on this Wednesday. Buckle up, get ready, and we'll do it all. Beginning with Greg Johnson in the Zoom room right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Maddie Dean chimes in on the Facebook Live page, says, top of the morning to you. Softball season starts Monday. See you on the diamond. No, unfortunately, I know it's hard to believe a robust physical specimen like myself, athletic build. I've aged out of softball. It's embarrassing. I still play hockey, but I'm too old to play softball. Oh, I love this time of year for softball. But I made the progression, I was center fielder, then moved to a corner outfielder, then moved to first base. And after first base, there's nowhere left to go. You're done. Yeah, I've aged out of softball, sadly. But I do want to hit the links today. I got my sights set on golfing. But I'm just worried about the weather forecast. But I do want to get out and golf today. Go Yanks, Maddie. Go Yanks. Boston sucks. Nancy says good morning. Good morning to you, Nancy. Greg Johnson, maybe he's a little late. He said he was going to try for today, but maybe trying for and actually accomplishing are two wholly different things in the Greg Johnson household. Claire McFarland's story about the judge who has made a decision siding with the Rock Springs schools. This is over, hopefully you've been following this story. I'll rebuild a little bit of the background for you. If not, Sean and Ashley Wiley. I'm calling them Wiley. It's Usually when there's one L, it's a Wiley, but Willey. So is it Willie? I'm going to say it's still Wiley, but I'm not sure. But Sean and Ashley suing the Sweetwater County School District number 1 over accusing the school district and at least one high school where their daughter attended, saying that the high school basically, and I'm paraphrasing, trying to make it simple and easy, the high school was compliant in helping their daughter become a boy or think like a boy or transition to a boy. It's not like they drove this girl to, a hospital to get any kind of gender altering surgery, but there was, they did come alongside the student. They did help. They did honor the student's wishes to be addressed as a boy. Oh, wow, there's a big golden eagle right outside the window here. Man, those things are gigantic. Note to self, don't let the cat out right now. This huge golden eagle outside the studios, otherwise known as my house. Yeah, so the parents didn't like the fact that the school was, calling their daughter a boy as she requested and kind of meddling in what the parents believe was, family stuff. Look, this is a family thing. But the school was using alternate names and pronouns, etc. There's also allegations and emails that surfaced regarding one teacher who was particularly helpful in the cause, advising the student on certain websites she could go to learn more, some LGBTQ stuff. Was it out of bounds? Was it out of line? Did the school leave their lane, so to speak, in meddling with this young lady in her quest to become a boy? Well, the judge says no. The judge said found nothing inappropriate here. The couple plans to appeal, but a Wyoming federal judge Monday ruled against the Rock Springs couple who had sued Sweetwater County School District, claiming the district helped to socially gender transition their high school daughter without their knowledge or consent. U.S. District Court Judge Scott Skavdal. I'm probably not. I wish I heard Wendy pronounce it. Did Wendy say it in her story? Maybe. Let's listen. Let's see if Claire says the judge's name, just so I know how to pronounce it. Here's Wendy and Claire talking about the story.
A Wyoming federal judge Monday ruled against
got some internet issue. Hopefully I'll get it back. Sorry for that.
The Rock Springs couple who sued their local school district on claims the district helped to socially gender transition their high school daughter without their knowledge or consent. U.S. District Court Judge Scott Skavdal ruled that Sean and Ashley Willey's lawsuit doesn't carry enough proof that Sweetwater County School District number 1 violated their parental or their religious rights. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Skavdal judged the case early in the school district's favor and dismissed it.
This concludes 2 years of litigation, 3 years of controversy, where the Wileys had sued the school district there in Sweetwater County, saying they have this policy that's respect students' privacy, hide pronouns and names from parents. And the judge came back on Monday and dismissed the case and said, look, they honored the student's request to be called by alternate name and pronouns, but they weren't doing active hiding. They weren't doing active burying.
Sean and Ashley Willey's daughter attended Black Butte High School in Rock Springs from 2021 to 23. During that time, peers and multiple teachers started referring to her by a male name and pronouns. Her mother, Ashley, who's a teacher in another school in the district, did not learn of her daughter's new identity until a district-wide training in March of 2022.
Okay. So, interesting revelation in that story. It's Skavdal. We know how to pronounce the judge's name. Thank you, Wendy. District Court's Judge Scott Skavdal. It is the Willies, not the Wileys, the family we're talking about. And we do learn a little other piece of information I didn't know is Ashley, the mom, Ashley Willie, teaches in the district at another school. And can you imagine, the way she found out was not good. I can only think there may not be a lawsuit if she had found out, if the parents had found out another way. But imagine teaching at the district that your daughter's going to and having to find out at some school meeting where, the topic comes up. Oh, yeah, we have one student who, we're trying to be sensitive about. She wants to be referred to as a boy. And poor mom, Ashley Willie's has to find out that's her daughter. I don't know how the revelation, eventually came out, but that's in my opinion, that's a hard way to find out. At the place you teach, at your job site, you find out your own daughter is the one. It'd be probably go a lot better if it was the daughter who came home from school one day and said, Mom, Dad, we got to have a talk. And she brought it up. That would have been perhaps better, but I can see now why the reaction from mom is, we're going to lawyer up and we're going to sue. That's a hard way to find out. And it's still a tough, despite the judge's decision, it's still a tough issue. Should your children's teachers be, how compliant should your teachers be at school when it comes to a student who wishes to be identified as a gender they weren't born as? How helpful should your teachers be? Do you want them to be on, one end of the spectrum is, sorry, Susie, but you're not Greg. And we're not going to help you coddle this imaginary fairy tale. No. Should we be that way? Or should we be, okay, Susie, we understand you feel more like Greg. Is that just today? Is that going to be a permanent thing? And maybe let's get you into some professional counseling. Does your mom and dad know? Or do you just go along with the whole thing like, oh, it's okay, Susie. You can be Greg today. You can be Mary tomorrow. You can be a cat on Thursday if you want. Some kids think they're a cat, like they're an animal. Should we be all the way on that end of the spectrum? Whatever you want, Susie. You want to be a dinosaur today? You want to be a boy? Whatever. We'll help you. Here's some websites that tell you that you're not alone and this is totally normal. Do we go on that end of the spectrum? It's tough. It's tough. Where's the right thing to do? Where's the middle ground? The parents, by the way, said, we are disappointed with the court's decision to grant summary judgment. We wholeheartedly disagree with the court's analysis. We believe the court got it wrong. They have promised to appeal. No mention here of the emails, which I thought was the one piece of evidence where things started to go over the line. It's one thing to, acknowledge the kid in school. This is high school, so the kid's old enough to request that teachers refer to her as a boy or as a different name, or please refer to me as, address me as. And out of respect, a teacher, might comply with that, and the judge sees nothing wrong. The judge says, that's not hiding. That's not going behind the parent's back. That's just respectful for a kid who's of high school age, and their wishes should be respected to a degree. But there's no mention in here of the emails. There was a teacher we learned the other day from Claire McFarland's coverage of this. There was a teacher that had been in email correspondence with a student. That started to kind of cross the line. That stuff is outside of the classroom. That got a little hinky for me. And maybe that's something separate. Maybe the judge was going to rule whether those emails would even be allowable in the lawsuit. Perhaps they were struck down. We're going to talk to Claire today, by the way. So we'll be able to get a little more info on that. The teacher, Ben Oudevart, no longer a teacher, sent the Willie's daughter links to LGBTQ and advocacy sites like that, told the student, gave advice to the student on how she could hide access to one of those sites from others. That part of it, the email communication with the daughter, that seems to be a little over the line because that doesn't occur at school. That's going above and beyond if you're a teacher, in my opinion. Claire McFarland will be on later in the show, and she'll talk about that story, this story, more. But certainly it is the lead story of the Cowboy State Daily. I see it also appearing all over the state in other news media. So, yeah, it's a big story, big deal. The decision by a Wyoming federal judge Monday throwing out the case, ruling against the Rock Springs couple bringing the lawsuit against Sweetwater County. Judge Scott Scovdale says no on the lawsuit. Other stuff we're going to look at. I want to see the American Lung Association. They were looking at the cleanest air in the United States. Who made the list? Who was bottom of the pack? We'll take a look at that when we come back. Quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show right after this. See you in 3.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
The American Lung Association has named Fremont County and Casper as having the cleanest air in the United States. Pretty impressive. Way to go, Casper. You know why? I mean, other than it's Wyoming, and we don't have a lot of pollution in Wyoming, really. I mean, we have some year-round pollution, especially in winter. In Sublette County, unfortunately, especially when oil and gas production is ramped up, when they're doing a lot in the oil patch, we have particulate matter in the air. And that's been an issue for sure. But for the most part, people come to Wyoming for this clean mountain air. It's one of the first things people notice, especially if you're from a big city where smog is an issue. You come out to Wyoming and you're like, maybe it's what's the word I'm trying to think? Not psychosomatic, but maybe it's you're just tricking yourself into believing that it's cleaner mountain air. Can you really tell? I think most people can probably tell. You get off the plane, you're from Newark, New Jersey. You get off the plane in Jackson Hole and you're like, clean mountain air. Yeah, you could probably tell that it's different. You could probably tell we don't have as much oxygen in our air out here as you do. Yeah, we don't have no use for oxygen out here. At elevation, all air tends to feel cleaner, huh? But you know why Casper was so high on the list? One of the big reasons, other than, yes, Wyoming has clean air, it's the wind. Windy conditions. And even the people admitted it. The people being the American Lung Association. Them people. They said wind helps. And man, is it windy in Casper. Because wind blows all the, if there's particulates in the air, if there's something burning, if there's junk in the air, pollution in the air, wind blows it away. It's one of the reasons some of the valleys in the state have problems. Here's what the American Lung Association said. In Wyoming's two largest cities, the wind could help blow out pollution that might linger in less windy cities, especially those in north-south valleys where air sits trapped. One of the valleys we're talking about is Jackson Hole, I'm talking about. It's called a hole because it's a valley. That's how mountain men used to refer to valleys, as holes, because to them, who spent their whole life traipsing around mountaintops, whenever they look down, they'll look at that hole. Everything looked like a hole to a mountain man. And maybe that's the reason Teton County did not do very well in the latest survey. Air quality monitors found that South Pass, Lander, Riverton recorded some of the lowest levels in the U.S. for year-round particulate pollution. Good for them. It's the American Lung Association's 2025 State of the Air report. South Pass, Lander, Riverton all excelled. Casper, named the cleanest air city in the U.S., Fremont County did really well. In fact, Fremont County, the cleanest county in the United States when it comes to year-round particulates. These are the words of Will Barrett. He's the American Lung Association's senior director. So, way to go, Casper. But Barrett does admit a lot of it has to do with wind. And if the wind is blowing in Casper, it's blowing out anything that might be bad, which could give you better readings for air. Teton County actually received failing grade in that category. The Lung Association, American Lung Association, speculated maybe it was wildfires that contributed to a spike in poor air quality around the Jackson area. Barrett said he couldn't pinpoint the exact cause of an increase in particulate pollution, but data shows smoke billowing in the valley in the summer of 2019 in particular. Could have been a problem. There was the Boulder Lake fire, Saddle Butte fire. Maybe it was wildfires, but maybe it was just construction dust in Jackson. Any photo, anytime taken in downtown Jackson right now in the last 10 years, you take a photo of Jackson in the last 10 years, I guarantee you one thing you'll see in that photo, other than the usual things like, oh, there's the Wart, there's the Cowboy bar, there's you'll see without fail a big sky crane, a big construction sky crane like you see in Las Vegas, because there's always some new hotel going up. Same thing. You'll see one, if not two, if not three. A couple of years ago, I remember making note that there were in one photograph, I could take one shot. I could, in my line of view in downtown Jack, I could see three different gigantic red construction cranes. They are building faster than they know what to do. I mean, they are approving new hotels, approving condos, approving and building. They can't build fast enough in Jackson. Everybody knows that. That's the perception around the state. And I'm here to tell you, as someone who lives here, you're exactly right. They're building fools here. And maybe that's why the air is polluted. Maybe that's why the water here is polluted. Fact, Wyoming DEQ has already issued warnings regarding streams, Flat Creek, Fish Creek. They're all polluted. It's dog poo from the 5 zillion dogs that are in this area. It's runoff from the constant lawn manicuring from mansions. Everybody's starter castle in Jackson, they got a lawn care company, and there's all kinds of chemicals they got to put on your grass to make sure you got green grass for the 2 weeks a year that you come and visit your McMansion. You got to make sure that lawn looks nice. Those chemicals are oozing off your lawn and into the creeks. And there's just garbage in the creeks, general pollution seeping out of the landfill. It's just too many people, too much stuff built up in Jackson. So Teton County failing grades. Too bad. Fremont County winning grades, the cleanest county of the United States regarding air. American Lung Association, their latest survey shows that. David Madison has a story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. Well, do I have the Zoom? Yeah, I have the Zoom room open. Don't know what's happening with Greg, but I can only hope that he's sleeping. This guy is just a workaholic. Hopefully he's taking a break. Should we go to... Oh, I wanted to do this story, but I can't play the song. I so want to hear this song. Jack Black. Does Jack Black star? I have not seen the movie. Minecraft movie. Has anybody seen the Minecraft movie? You can text me if you know. Let me pop the number up here again. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text and let me know if you have seen the Minecraft movie. Maybe you took your kids. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down on the movie, and then tell me if Jack Black is in it. He must be, because he has a song in the soundtrack. And the song is of note because it is the shortest song to ever hit the Billboard Hot 100. It's Steve's Lava Chicken. It's the Jack Black's Minecraft movie meme jam called Steve's Lava Chicken. If you've ever played Minecraft, there are chickens that walk. There's all kinds of animals that walk around. You can club them and eat them, or you can tame them and have them as pets. And of course, lava is an issue in Minecraft. There's always lava. It's a weird world in Minecraft. So the song Steve's Lava Chicken just hit the Hot 100. It debuted at number 78 on the charts, and the song is, guess how long? There have been some short songs. In fact, it's a trend that I kind of like. I mean, you know, I grew up in the 70s where some of these rock songs were 4, 5, 6 minutes long. That's too long. Too long, Pink Floyd. I mean, you need to be on a lot of drugs. You need to have a lot of drugs coursing through your veins to enjoy an 8-minute song. Come on. It's too long. And I'm with the trend of country music. 2.5 minutes. Give me a verse, chorus, get out. Short guitar solo. If you can't say what you need to say in 3 minutes in a song, it's too long. So I like the trend towards shorter songs, and that's certainly where we've been going lately, with shorter and shorter songs now. But I don't know about this short. Jack Black's Steve's Lava Chicken song clocks in at a mere 34 seconds. That's it. Half a minute, and the song's over. The song reached number 10 on the Hot Rock Songs chart, but it's debuted at number 78 in the Billboard Hot 100, making it the shortest song to ever appear on Billboard charts. Other short songs include a bunch of songs I don't remember. Deck the Halls. I know that one. Nat King Cole, Deck the Halls. That's a holiday song, obviously. That's 1:06. So, yeah, 66 seconds. That's pretty short. A song by Ariana Grande called Pete Davidson. I didn't know she wrote a song about her ex, Pete Davidson, the SNL cast member. That's 1 minute, 13 seconds long. And then there's Pen, Pineapple, Apple Pen by Pico Terro. That's 45 seconds long. Little Boxes by the Women Folk. 1 minute, 2 seconds. So there have been short songs, but nothing this short. A Minecraft movie, the soundtrack song, the premiere song by Jack Black, Steve's Lava Chicken. The name of it debuts in the top 100 at number 78 at 34 seconds long. That's pretty short. Has anybody texted me regarding... people don't text this early. Oh, yeah, we do have a text. Are you kidding? Are you kidding, Jake? Paradise by the Dashboard Light is the best song ever written, and it's really long. It is really long. And it does feature some play-by-play from Phil Rizzuto, which is cool too. But in general, yeah, I just don't like long songs. They're too long. I'm a DJ. I play dance song, and I don't play the whole song when it's a 3-minute song. I just play like a minute and a half. And then people's attention span, we're good. 90 seconds of a song, we're good. We got it. These 8-minute anthems, yeah, I just can't. There's too long. All right, we burned an hour now. We've gone too long. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after the top of the hour break. Hang out with us. It'll only be a few minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. President Donald Trump on Monday ordered a vehicle safety agency to rescind Obama-era guidance that kept highway inspectors from removing non-English-speaking commercial truck drivers from the roads. And Wyoming's Republican member of the U.S. House of Representatives voiced strong approval. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Harriet Hageman believes that it's not unreasonable for people to want commercial drivers to be able to read English, especially in Wyoming, where changing weather conditions on one of the most traveled interstates in the U.S. creates unique hazards.
To be a commercial truck driver, you have to be able to converse with the general public, read the signs in English. You have to be able to do this for safety reasons. And that's been in the federal official rules for a long time. But then in 2016, the Obama administration's memorandum said, okay, guys, but don't take anyone off the road if you're not following these rules.
Trump's order establishes an administration policy that allows the enforcement of an English proficiency requirement that's already in the federal rules, but that's been hamstrung for 9 years. The American Lung Association has named Fremont County and Casper as having the cleanest air in the United States. At the same time, some Wyoming cities and counties received failing grades for certain types of air pollution. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reviewed the American Lung Association's 2025 State of the Air report, which points to Wyoming's wind helping to sweep pollution out of the state's largest cities.
Fremont County was named the cleanest air when it comes to particulate pollution, and Casper tied with Honolulu as the city with the cleanest particulate air number, so to speak. But it was a mixed bag for Wyoming. Sublette County still struggles with ozone levels that could potentially be harmful to those with asthma. And, there are signs in the data that wildfires really do impact our quality of air in Wyoming.
Los Angeles, Salt Lake City, and Denver continue to be home to the dirtiest air. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting and its board of directors, chaired by Riverton resident Ruby Calvert, sued the Trump administration on Tuesday for firing 3 members of the board. The organization alleged in its lawsuit that it is a private entity that doesn't fall under President Donald Trump's authority. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that 3 CPB board members, all of whom are Democrats, received an email Monday asserting that Trump had fired them.
The whole issue at play here is that the Trump administration is putting a sharper and sharper target on public broadcasting, which includes National Public Radio and PBS. They've been doing that since his second term in office started. They believe that these partially taxpayer-funded organizations broadcast with a liberal bias, unfair liberal bias. So that is why they believe, as part of a larger thing, that they should be defunded.
Earlier this month, the White House confirmed its plans to soon ask Congress to pull back more than $1 billion in public broadcasting funding. If approved, it would have a significant impact on public radio and PBS stations in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, this year's Cheyenne Frontier Days was already shaping up to be one for the history books. Now comes word that the beloved U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, who've flown the skies over Cheyenne Frontier Days nearly every year since 1953, will be moving their hugely popular show to a Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the move to July 26th is intended to give more people than ever the chance to see this phenomenal air show in the sky.
Planes are traveling at super high speeds and they're 18 inches from one plane to the next at the closest point. And that's part of why the Air Force does it. You know, they want to reinforce confidence in the U.S. military. These kind of performances help show what these guys can do. They're the elite, the best of the best.
The Wings Over Warren Air Show has traditionally been held midweek from 11 a.m. to noon, but having it on a Saturday instead will give the Thunderbirds more opportunities to interact with Cheyenne Frontier Days crowds, both in the park and at downtown events. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Wednesday. We were talking about the shortest length song to ever appear on the Billboard charts. It's the song from the movie Minecraft movie, which does star Jack Black, I found out. And Jack Black sings the song Steve's Lava Chicken, only 34 seconds long. Shortest song to ever appear on the Billboard charts. It debuted at 78th the other day. And we had one listener chime in on the text line, on the studio line, and say, long songs are the way to go, especially the greatest song ever recorded, Paradise by the Dashboard Light. It's Meatloaf, of course, on his Bat Out of Hell 1977 album. The album cut clocks in at 8:28, the album version. For those of you kids under 25 years old, albums were things adults bought and listened to that instead of MP3 downloads. Yeah, we had records. A few things I sort of knew about this song and some things I didn't. I know Phil Rizzuto has a part in it, and he's a Yankee legend, of course, both playing shortstop for the Yankees and then later long-time play-by-play announcer, and probably my favorite announcer. He was so quirky, and he had such Phil Rizzuto-isms that he was so fun. Love Phil Rizzuto, the Scooter. I didn't know the song was recorded at Bearsville, which is a very prominent, historic, small little studio in Woodstock, New York. Maybe you've heard of Woodstock. Bearsville is a really cool studio. Some legendary albums have been recorded there. This song and the album was produced by Todd Rundgren. You may have heard of him. Songwriter is Jim Steinman, who wrote this song, Paradise by the Dashboard Light. 8.5 minutes on the album. The single version that you probably hear often on the radio is a mere 5.5 minutes. I'm not sure what they cut out there. They might cut out Phil Rizzuto's part. But Phil Rizzuto, the song features Phil Rizzuto doing a pantomime play-by-play of a supposed game. It wasn't actual Phil Rizzuto outtakes from a game. They actually had Phil Rizzuto come into studio and wrote for him what he would say. And what he would say was, Phil Rizzuto was, calling, it sounded like he was calling a Yankees game, saying, somebody was rounding third and heading home. It was all supposed to be metaphor for the male character's attempt to achieve his goal, reaching second base, third base, etc., in a sexual manner. Phil Rizzuto would later claim he didn't know that's what it was all about, although Meatloaf said, oh, he knew. The song, I can't get with the listener on this one. I don't care for the song. I don't like stuff like that. I lean towards really poppy bubblegum songs. I don't need my songs to mean a lot or teach me a lot or entertain me and make me laugh. I just give me a good beat, a good melody, and a decent singer. I'm pretty simple with the music. Shorter the better. Yeah, 8.5 minutes of Meatloaf telling me, I can't do it. He's got that other long one, too, I can't do any of them long songs. And as a DJ who plays music out live, when I get this song requested, I'm like, nope, too long. Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen, great song, too long. Can't play it. Because these are songs you can't cut, You can't play some of it and then fade it out. People are waiting for the whole thing. Too long. What's the other long song that's in a movie? or is a movie? Isn't there another Meatloaf song that I can't remember? But yeah, I don't know. I'd rather have shorter songs. 34 seconds, though, pretty short. So Nike has had to apologize for using a phrase in their latest campaign. Nike is the sneaker maker, the athletic shoe maker, and they make more than shoes, I guess, but their tagline has always been, their tagline's great, just do it. Like everybody knows that one, right? Nike, just do it. Why do you even change that up? Like, why do you even pay Mad Men or some other ad agency in New York City? Why do you even waste the money to come up with a new campaign? That one is fine. Just rock with it, roll with it, and leave it alone. Just do it. It's great. People know that. They associate it with your brand. It's perfect. Their latest billboard campaign, Nike, uses the phrase never again. And they're apparently in trouble for it. And I did not know why. Am I that ignorant that I didn't know? Nike's ad campaign, they busted it out for the London Marathon. I didn't realize there was a London Marathon. I must have missed that. And they used the phrase never again. And they received so much flack and feedback for it that they had to apologize. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. I look at the headline. It said, Nike apologizes for using the phrase never again. why. Maybe I'm living under a rock. But apparently the phrase is associated with the Holocaust. Really? Like, never again. We'll never do that again. We'll never hi Hitler, and we'll never do that swastika stuff, and never again. Yeah, I get that was a horrible tragedy. I get that was something we'd never relive, that we should learn from it. I'm not down with Kanye West saying it never happened. That guy has just lost his mind. But I didn't know there were certain things associated we're not allowed to ever say again. People are really, really touchy about the Holocaust. Really touchy. I understand. I'm trying to be understanding. It was horrendous, no doubt about it. And especially if you're Jewish, right? Horrendous. But this idea that we can no longer even say Hitler's name, the swastika has been forever removed from everything. Never mind that it's a symbol that's come to stand for Nazis and that whole movement, but it was a symbol that was around, thousands of years before that, used by Native Americans. But that whole thing's been hijacked now. The swastika has been hijacked by this Holocaust memories. Okay. Now we've hijacked the phrase never again. Nobody's allowed to say never again. Never again can you say never again. It belongs to the Holocaust. Really? I did not know that. And I wonder if Nike knew that. I wonder if when they signed off on this ad campaign, which has featured a billboard that said never again until next year. And I'm not sure what Nike was getting at with it. And I'm sure they had something. But they've discontinued the ad campaign. The billboards are gone, and Nike has apologized for using the phrase never again. Wow. Just really sensitive, thin-skinned stuff over the Holocaust, I think. One person wrote on X, a human rights lawyer said it was an ad in poor taste. Another said, seriously, Nike, you posted this on billboards for the marathon? I don't believe for a second there was any ill malice, but understand the concern with using the words never again. They represent the Holocaust. Oh, who said so? I don't like when words get hijacked that way. Words have... I just don't like that. And I had no idea never again belonged to the Holocaust, and never again should Nike use it. That's news to me, and probably news to Nike. Don Day, day weather forecast will be on in a moment. I want to ask him, of course, about the rain, because I'm concerned. For me, I want him to forecast my weather on my golf course this afternoon. And all the rest of you are just going to have to glean what you can from it. He's going to forecast for me today. I also want to ask him about something I heard in Texas where they're expecting tornadoes because of I think they called it a dry ridge. I'll have to go look that up. It was some kind of weather terminology I've never heard of. So we'll ask Don Day that. We'll also ask Don Day about the latest with weather balloons. I know that's still an issue. Doge has popped all the weather balloons. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, in an effort to cut costs, to reduce frivolous spending, weather balloons are being popped every year. There's no more weather balloons. There's less than there were. I'm going to see if that's still an issue, if the lack of weather balloons is hindering meteorologists or handicapping their weather forecasting. I'll be interested to know. And we'll pose that to Don Day and Day Weather Forecast. I'll also ask him if he believes the phrase never again should never be used. Why not? Because sometimes I'll admit I might have a blind spot, maybe, but I had never heard of that. Never again. I'm sure it was said of the Holocaust, but I didn't know it was so indelibly linked to that horrific event that we can't use the words never again. We can't use that phrase. It belongs to the Holocaust. What? Yeah, I don't want to get into another story here with Don ready to pop on. So what can I do that's really quick? Well, there is Don Day. So never mind. We'll get right to weather. Good deal. Good timing. Don Day, the Don Day weather forecast. Don, I had a question. Now I don't even know what it. I can't remember the exact terminology, but there was a Texas meteorologist. Yeah, I know. In Texas. And they were talking about the possibility of tornadoes because of a dry lift or something. Is that
dry line?
A dry line. What the heck is that?
Basically, when you have a big contrast between very dry air and very moist air, it, in essence, acts like a front, and frontal systems lift the atmosphere. That's the thing to remember, is that whatever lifts the atmosphere up vertically, you're going to create weather. And so a dry line adds that to the mix. And dry lines around here in Wyoming, we really don't get them. I mean, sometimes out on the eastern plains, because our terrain messes things up and all those things. But you get out into Kansas, Texas, Oklahoma, central eastern Nebraska, these dry lines are a big deal. You know, you think, oh, there's a lot of dry air here. That means there won't be any thunderstorms. No, when those dry lines come through, they act like a front.
Yeah. I kind of, in my mind, when I was trying to visualize it, they felt like a flatland kind of thing, like they wouldn't be in Wyoming. We got too much terrain. Okay, my buddy, my local meteorologist, Jim Woodmansee, Woody said that he was talking in his latest article in the paper about weather balloons. We've touched on it. Doge, Elon Musk, he's cutting costs. Trump, too, the Trump administration cutting costs. They say, we don't need these frivolous weather balloons all over the place. Have they really cut some, or have they reduced how many and how often they fly? And is that hindering your weather forecasting? What have you noticed?
Okay, yeah, we threw a lot out.
Sorry.
First of all, they weather balloons go up around the world, not just here, but twice a day. And they're absolutely critical to have them and for the data. And where we've seen a reduction in the number of weather balloons going in the air twice a day has been in this part of the country. We've seen them reduced to once a day in Riverton, Omaha, North Platte, Rapid City, Denver, Grand Junction. Now, the rest of the country has not seen nearly the cutback in balloon launches. And, you know, why is this so important? It's the initial set of information that goes into our computer models to make the forecasts. And I have seen a degradation. I have definitely seen a quality issue in this region with the lack of the balloon launches. Now, when I brought this up before a couple of weeks ago, a lot of people said, oh, we don't need weather balloons. We have drones. We have satellites. I'm sorry, none of those things are as good or as effective as weather balloons. Now, I'm hoping this is temporary, but it's a staffing issue with local weather service offices not having enough bodies to be able to do this. So I'm hoping this is temporary, because we do not, despite what people think, we do not have the technology in place to replace weather balloons. People may think it's antiquated old technology, but the truth of the matter is the best way to measure the atmosphere to make the most accurate forecast is still with a weather balloon.
We could probably talk about this all morning on the show, but it just summing up, and And give me one bullet point. What is it about the weather balloon that makes it so much more effective than a drone? The satellite's far away. A drone flies under power. The weather balloon floats at what altitude? Does that make it important? And it goes with the airflow. Is that important? I don't know. But
Well, first of all, these weather balloons have to go all the way to the top of the atmosphere, to the stratosphere. Okay, your drones aren't going to do that.
Right.
Okay, and number two is that the ability to float along the wind patterns and measure temperature, humidity, and pressure through the whole column of the atmosphere is really important. It's the old garbage in and garbage out. If you don't have real measured weather information, you're going to have to fill it in with assumed or estimated weather information. And we all know what assumed does. So if you put in assumed weather data into a model, you're going to decrease its performance. So I'm not the only one terribly upset with this. There's a lot of other people as well, but at the same time, I have people just brush it off and say, "Oh, it's not a big deal." It is a big deal.
Your average European model is not very smart. We know this, and I mean not that model, the weather models. Yeah, and then you feed them with kind of crummy data. It gets even worse. Okay.
And satellites. Yeah, we got a lot of satellites, but keep in mind the Earth's atmosphere is extremely thick. It's very dense. And you have to have a very large satellite that has a lot of electrical power to be able to penetrate the atmosphere from space to the bottom. We've got to sample the atmosphere from the bottom to the top. Satellites do really good from the top, but they can't see the bottom very well. So, if you're going to cut budgets, and I'm all for more efficiency, this isn't a political thing. But sometimes there are mission critical things that entities like the Weather Service need to do. In my opinion, weather balloons are mission critical, and they're stumbling here.
Good stuff. Wow, Don Day. That's some macro look at the weather. Let's get micro, and with all apologies to Cheyenne, Casper, Gillette, and all those other cities, what's weather going to be in Driggs, Idaho? I want to go golfing this afternoon.
You want to go golfing in Driggs? Bring a jacket. I think by the time you go golfing, the showers are going to maybe be over or on the way out.
Okay. Slow greens is what you're saying. Maybe a little soggy, but all right. But yeah, the rest of the state, we can't rule out rain anywhere, right?
Yeah, this cold front is moving north and south across the state really quickly, and there's been a band of rain showers with this front, and the front is about through Casper, it's through Lander, Riverton, Rock Springs, and Gillette. So it'll be arriving in the east and southeast parts of the state this afternoon and evening.
All right, Don. Let's talk more the rest of the week about mission critical stuff. I'm fascinated by how weather forecasters do their thing. I thought it was so much simpler. You just stuck your head out a window, or you read some.
Put your thumb up to the wind, right?
It is, man, high-tech, science-y affair. Day weather forecast. Thanks, Don. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast of the Cowboy State Daily. We always get the nuts and bolts, and man, we get deep into it. That's why we have Don on, to understand weather as much as we can. By the time we're finished, couple of months into the show, we'll all be qualified to be meteorologists. We'll know everything Don knows. But unfortunately, Don's also learning, and he's always a step ahead of us, I guess. Andrew Rossi will be on the show here in a little bit. More news coming. Let's take a quick break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. How you doing? It's going to be a little soggy, but, yeah, that helps stuff grow. Won't hinder my golf game at all. I'm a bad weather golfer. Zachary Sontag's story of the Cowboy State Daily trucking community still devastated by the fatal hit and run on Interstate 80. This happened last week, between Green River and Rock Springs. Yes, that's that section that always seems to, that section of I-80 always has troopers pulling over somebody hauling drugs or guns. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's more heavily patrolled, but that area of I-80, you got Elk Mountain over there in the east. That section of Interstate 80 is treacherous on any given day because of weather. Horrible weather. On a bluebird summer day in Laramie and Cheyenne, that don't mean anything if you want to go west on Interstate 80. When you got to get over Elk Mountain, there could be, Elk Mountain creates its own weather. Anything could be happening up there on any day in the calendar. And then when you go over to the west on Interstate 80, that section between Green River and Rock Springs, not necessarily weather stuff, but heavy trucks, and there always seems to be crashes, and that is anytime you hear Wyoming Highway Patrol pulled over Somebody wanted by ICE for he had meth in the car and a whole bunch of guns. You wouldn't be wrong to guess, that must have happened between Rock Springs and Green River. Pretty much. That section of Interstate 80 was the scene of a hit and run last Friday. What industry insiders, in other words, truckers, fellow truckers, are saying is a freak accident. How many times have you seen, a truck pulled over the side of the road? Semi-tractor trailer. Maybe they got a problem with their load. Maybe they're checking a tire. Maybe the truck has crapped out somehow. The truck pulled over in the shoulder of the road. You see other truckers always changing lanes, giving that guy a wide berth for the most part. Truckers respecting other truckers. Almost every time I see a truck pulled over, I see truckers like getting out of giving as much room as they can. Well, in this case, not enough room given. Jeremy Simeon, 41-year-old, working for a commercial truck driving outfit out of Houston, Texas. Is that supposed to be Houston? I never heard of Houston. Well, somewhere in Texas. Simeon drives for the Utah-based Andrus Trucking. But Simeon is from Texas. He was struck and killed while standing outside of his vehicle on the shoulder of the road near milepost 99 between Rock Springs, Green River, 4:30 in the afternoon Friday. I can imagine it's pretty busy traffic, 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. Simeon pronounced dead at the scene, trauma to head, chest, pelvis, leg, arm. I mean, he was hit by another semi-tractor trailer. He was hit by an 18-wheeler doing probably 50 to 70. Cause of death? He was smashed, I'm sure. Sweetwater County Coroner Dale Mahanovich said his rig was undamaged, but Simeon was multiple injuries resulting in his death. Suspect is believed to be driving a white semi-truck with a company logo that incorporates a red lion. Does this sound like anything? It sounds like everything. That's the problem. Wyoming Highway Patrol Captain Mark Russell told the Cowboy State Daily, you'd see 100 of the trucks come by in an hour that meet that description. He said, until we get a lead on a company and validate that company and find a suspect that's like looking for a needle in a stack of needles. Oh, that's a good analogy, actually, from a copper. I've not heard that one. That's pretty good. Wyoming Highway Patrol Captain Mark Russell, like looking for a needle in a stack of needles. In other words, it's a truck amongst many, many, many trucks. It's a white tractor with a white van trailer. He said, drive around I-80, you'll see 100 of them drive by you in an hour. What's the chance we're ever going to find this truck? The stretch of I-80 that we're talking about sees an estimated 8,000 to 9,000 truck trips per day. And though there are some kind of grainy, blurry photographs of the truck taken from the dash cam of Simeon's truck that was operational as he was hit, you could see the truck go by that hits him, and it's blurry images. You can barely see, but there seems to be enough there in the photos that somebody probably knows, especially if that somebody is in the industry, especially if that somebody is the owner or boss of this company. He would recognize this truck that goes by. I mean, it's just a white blur. You can sort of see some insignia on the door. But somebody who knows this a little better would probably know and see it and know. Simeon was driving for Andrus Trucking. The boss of Andrus, the owner, said, this is just tragic. He said a lot of tears shed. Drivers in our company still trying to come to terms with it. Simeon was on the job for just 2 weeks when, for whatever reason, he was pulled over and for whatever reason was standing outside of his truck, I guess too far, and this other truck hit him. Speaking of truckers and the trucking industry, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Monday applauded President Trump's executive order designed to remove non-English speaking truck drivers off the road. I proudly support President Trump, Hageman said, taking action, making our roads safer for truckers and private citizens alike. Trump made this announcement Monday with the executive order. It would rescind Obama-era guidance. Under President Obama, he removed many restrictions regarding non-English speaking. His Obama policy was to tell highway inspectors, basically, don't be hard on guys if they can't speak English. Don't reprimand, don't cite, and don't hassle drivers if they're not from this country and they can't read or speak English. Well, folks like Wyoming's Republican member of the U.S. House of Representatives, Harriet Hageman, and other Republicans, especially from Wyoming, have been saying, well, that is a problem. You should be able to read signs in English. If you can't read the signs, that's not a good thing. 2 weeks ago, more than 2 weeks ago, Hageman wrote a letter to U.S. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy urging him to change this policy, and she cited a rise in commercial truck-related fatalities since 2016, since this policy was put in place under Obama, 2016. She said the trucker fatalities are on the rise in Wyoming and across the country, but particularly in Wyoming, the numbers are up. And it's obvious, Hageman says, that it has a lot to do with these highway inspectors not citing and told to leave alone truck drivers who can't speak or write English or read English. President Trump agrees. Executive order Monday would rescind this policy. See how it affects safety on I-80 and other heavy trucker roads in Wyoming. We'll see. Let's get Andrew Rossi into the Zoom room and take a quick break to clear the scene for him. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. This soundtrack sounds like, you know what it sounds like. 1970s mustache guy, big buxom lady, Cinemax late at night. Yeah. Andrew Rossi, it's a good thing we always have some weird music to play for Andrew Rossi. Andrew will be in the Zoom room here shortly. He'll talk about his stories, including this silver saddle maker to the stars. This guy made saddles for Hollywood legends like Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, the Lone Ranger. Heard of those dudes? The saddles they were sitting in, some of them really elaborate, fantastic work, is the work of Edward Bolen, a kid who ran away from Sweden at age 15. He's a fascinating kid. And he did all this. He got his start in a leather shop in Cody, Wyoming. I love when we uncover these stories lost to time. You know, never heard of this guy. Ed Bolen. Who's that? There's a good chance he saw or even met Buffalo Bill Cody while in Sweden. Buffalo Bill got all around the world. And his tour likely took him to Sweden, and that's probably where Edward Bolen caught the bug to come out west. And he just, as a teenager, dreamed of the American West. Growing up in Sweden, he's like, I got to get out. I got to get out west. I got to get out to cowboy country. And he was born in Örebro, Sweden. And as a 15-year-old, ran away from home, got on a ship bound for New York City. This is in 1910. I don't know if he was a stowaway. I don't know if he somehow got the money, but he got on a ship to America at age 15. His parents just thought he was out, at school. Where's Edward been? He's on his way to America, sailing to America to become the greatest saddle maker of all times. Bolen made it to New York City, made it out west, figured it out. A 15-year-old made it out, got all the way out to Montana where he worked at a couple of cattle ranches for a while before finally coming to Cody. The exact date unclear. Probably around 1915 to 1917, according to Robin Cutter with Park County Archives. He did meet Buffalo Bill And Buffalo Bill died in 1917, so he had to be in Cody by then. But some accounts claim that Boland met Buffalo Bill all the way back in Copenhagen, Denmark, during one of the Wild West Show European tours. So there was some familiarity there between Edward Boland and Buffalo Bill and the whole Wild West thing. But Boland began doing some leather work. He got a job with Leather Goods and Repairing, which opened on the corner of Sheridan Avenue and 12th Street in 1920. He was just working leather. He learned from some of the best, some of the greats. He improved his leather working under Charlie Belden and others. And then pretty soon he was getting into saddles. By 1921, he was pretty good. Incorporating silversmithing into his leather work and making some pretty high-end elaborate saddles. He decided to move to Hollywood, California in the early 1920s, and once there, he was approached by Tom Mix, greatest Hollywood cowboy of all time. Mix ordered a saddle from him, and it all just steamrolled from there. More business. Jackie Cooper, Clark Gable, John Wayne, Barbara Stanwyck all appeared on the big screen featuring ornate buckles made by Boland, spurs, jewelry crafted by Boland, and then his saddle work. We told you whose fanny was sitting on his artwork. Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, Lone Ranger. Wow. Edward Boland, fascinating story. Edward's story of getting to America is fascinating enough before he even became the saddle maker to the stars. His story, a 15-year-old from Sweden in the early 1900s, just running away, taking off and living the American dream in the American West. Hats off to you, Edward. Great story from Andrew Rossi. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. Don't know where Andrew is. Let me double check my Zoom room. Nope, I'm the only one in there. Andrew also has this story about that we covered the other day. Cook City, the best thing about Cook City is it's not New York City. Cook City is the furthest thing from New York City. It's really small Montana town bordering Yellowstone. Andrew Rossi's story about how much people spent on the old auctioned off Welcome to Wyoming signs. YDOT made more than $100,000 on those online auctions. That's what they do with the old signs every year. Not every year, every 4 years, 7 years, 8 years, I forget. The signs are replaced. In 2025, all the new signs came on. And all the old signs, 30 in total, went to auction on public surplus. And $107,972 raised. They sold 21 of the 30 signs, including some of the bigger ones for, almost $10,000 a pop. Pretty good for some shot up signs. I don't know if any had bullet holes in it. I don't think so. Some had stickers on them, though. I do know that. People put stickers on the Welcome to Wyoming signs. And Andrew Rossi had that cool story about Steve Dahlman, the photographer who's made it his mission to go to visit movie sites, famous movie sites, and photographed how they look now and compare them to how they looked when a movie was filming there. And he said one of his favorite places to go, the toughest challenge to go, was the site of Starship Troopers here in Wyoming. It's in the middle of nowhere, literally between Casper and Shoshone on Hell's Half Acre, the setting of the 1997 film Starship Troopers. Cult classic. Dahlman said it was a hump getting there, and he could not imagine what it must have been like filming there. He said the wind and the heat, it's desert. It looks like Mars. That's why they chose it. That's why Hollywood execs or your location scout said, oh, this will be perfect. When they were looking for a place in America where they could film that without much set dressing would look like a distant star, that would look like the surface of a planet where aliens lived, this was perfect, they said. They pointed right at Hell's Half Acre and they said, oh man, we don't have to do anything to fix no CGI necessary. Wyoming looks like another planet. Hell's Half Acre looks like an alien planet. It really does, if you've ever been there. And Steve Dahlman went to photograph it. He found stuff. I've been there too. And I found the same things he found. He said, I found a lot of nails, construction nails, because when they pulled out, I mean, they left a lot of crap behind. I found the same stuff. He found a platform with, I don't even know how to describe it. I found the exact same thing. It was just all kinds of construction stuff from the film crew that they just didn't take away when it was over. But he's shot locations like RoboCop, the movie Barbie, True Lies, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Of all the places in his portfolio, of all this stuff he's gone and shot, film scenes, he's like, this is one of his favorites, one of the toughest. And he said one of the most well-received. He said he's got, I think, 4,000. Let me double check that. Andrew would know, but Andrew's not here. His post, he put up the photos on April 17th on his website. Historic film locations. Since posting the photos of Hell's Half Acre, where they shot Storm Ship Troopers, he put that up on April 17th. He's received more than 4,000 reactions. This story posted 10 days after that, April 20th. So in 10 days, 4,000 reactions to this. It is a pretty cool scene. If you check out the story from Andrew Rossi, you'll see photographs, you'll see movie stills from Starship Troopers, which, keep in mind, this is prior to good CGI. Like, they could do some CGI, but a lot of this stuff was built on site, on set, right there at Hell's Half Acre, where the director and the actors in this movie recall the horrendous conditions, 80-mile-an-hour winds, which is, just a slight breeze in Casper. It must have been pretty tough shooting there, for sure. Here's Andrew in a pre-recorded version, since his live face is not in the Zoom room. Here's Andrew talking to Wendy Core about it.
And Steve Dahlman didn't think he was the type to go to hell and back for his hobby, yet that's exactly what he did during a recent visit to Casper. Dahlman has traveled across the nation visiting and photographing famous film locations. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that his recent adventure to Hell's Half Acre, the setting for the 1997 film Starship Troopers, was one of his favorites.
Starship Troopers filmed in Hell's Half Acre in the spring and early summer of 1996, and it's the only major film that's ever been filmed there. And it's been blocked off for a while. So when the person I spoke to actually stepped down into the site, it's relatively unchanged. They were attracted to the location because it was so naturally alien and beautiful in its own way. But he did see clear signs of a Hollywood production there. He found shell casings. He found hundreds of nails that were probably removed from sets that they had built in that spot. And he also found giant holes where they had pounded 1-inch thick rebar to build a cave so that they could extract the brain bug out of it, because there are no caves in Hell's Half Acre. So there's going to probably be more people who are naturally just gravitate to Hell's Half Acre because of that small bit of cinema history.
The 320 acres of Hell's Half Acre are part of a 960-acre tract of land owned by Natrona County. It's been closed to the public since 2005, but that hasn't hasn't stopped people from hiking in the area, and groups like the Natrona County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative have advocated for reopening the site to outdoor recreation.
Yeah, I don't know they'll ever make the site popular for visitation. It's just so remote. But you can go there. I mean, the fence is up, but there's no sign saying you can't. I went there. I just found a hole in the fence and went right down there. And I saw all the things Steve Dahlman saw. I went down there with my 2 dogs years ago. They were panting with the heat. There's no water. They're like... And I saw remnants of the movie Starship Troopers. Definitely a whole bunch of stuff down there. And it's a really cool area. Hell's Half Acre, where they shot Starship Troopers. Andrew Rossi's story about Steve Dahlman, who photographed the scene, is pretty cool. It's a great read. Check it out. We got to take a quick break for news. Top of the hour news break. And we'll be back after that with a whole lot more going on. In the next hour, Claire McFarland will be on the show, and always fun to talk to Claire. We only get her once a week. We'll do that right after the news break. Stay with us. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Wyoming federal judge on Monday ruled against a Rock Springs couple who sued their local school district on claims the district helped to socially gender transition their high school daughter without their knowledge or consent. U.S. District Court Judge Scott Skovdahl ruled that Sean and Ashley Willie's lawsuit doesn't carry enough proof that Sweetwater County School District No. 1 violated their parental or religious rights. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Skovdahl judged the case early in the school district's favor and dismissed it.
The judge came back on Monday and dismissed the case and said, look, they honored the student's request to be called by alternate name and pronouns, but they weren't doing active hiding. They weren't doing active burying.
Sean and Ashley Willie's daughter attended Black Butte High School in Rock Springs from 2021 to 23. During that time, peers and multiple teachers started referring to her by a male name and pronouns. Her mother, Ashley, who's a teacher in another school in the district, didn't learn of her daughter's new identity until a district-wide training in March of 2022. Authorities believe that a woman found dead outside her wrecked vehicle on White Mountain on Sunday is a Green River woman who has been missing for more than 2 months. Though her identity has yet to be forensically verified pending an autopsy, the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office said circumstantial evidence points to it being 41-year-old Melissa Amadio, who was last seen February 26th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the description of the vehicle she was driving and other personal effects indicate that the deceased woman is Amadio.
White Mountain is a flat butte and it runs north-south the distance of Rock Springs. There's a county road that traverses along the rim. And so at some point, her car careened off of that road and rolled down the side of the butte. And it was found kind of wedged in a ravine. So from what I understand, it was found by people on dirt bikes who were riding the area on Sunday afternoon.
Amadio's brother posted about his sister's death on the Missing People of Wyoming Facebook page, asking for space and promising to provide updates about funeral arrangements. He thanked everyone for their efforts in helping to find his sister. 4 days after a commercial truck driver was hit and killed while stopped on the shoulder of I-80 near Rock Springs, the Wyoming Highway Patrol is escalating its search for the hit-and-run driver and asking for the public's help to find the suspect. Jeremy Simeon, a 41-year-old commercial truck driver from Texas, was struck and killed while standing outside his vehicle on the shoulder of I-80 between Rock Springs and Green River Friday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the incident is sending a ripple of emotion through the entire trucking community.
James Simeon was pulled over to the shoulder of the highway, which is not uncommon. He was standing on the passenger side of his truck when he was struck and killed. And so there's a sense that that really could have been any one of us from the trucker community. Jeremy Simeon had only been working for this company, Utah-based Andrus Trucking, for 2 weeks when this incident happened.
Anyone with information that can help the search for the hit-and-run driver is asked to call the Wyoming Highway Patrol. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, welding has been a job hotspot for a while now, and it's only getting hotter. That's showing up at WyoTech in Laramie, where its 9-month program with 58 welding seats already has a waiting list that stretches to next April. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the outsized demand for WyoTech's career and technical programs is fueling yet another huge expansion at the trade school.
Welding is just such a hot job prospect right now. The average salaries are good, but all of the programs really are beginning to have waiting lists, Wendy. And so adding this square footage is all about expanding the existing programs, not necessarily even adding new ones, but expanding the existing programs to bring in more students to meet the industry demand that's out there.
The marketing director at WyoTech said the Laramie School's overall vision is to be America's destination trade school. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Wednesday. Into the Zoom room, Claire McFarland. We don't have time to, chat about personal stuff and just say hi, because we got to get, every time I have you on, there's so many things I want to get to. But how are you doing? We still will be.
Oh, okay, good. How
Everything
are you?
good? Yeah, good. Yeah. Let's get right at it. This is a major story. It's a top story of the day. It's a top story of the newsletter. I see it all around the state right now at various media sites. This judge's ruling, lawsuit tossed out. The Wyoming federal judge Monday ruled that the Sweetwater County School District did not leave their lane, let's say, with assisting in the gender transition of this couple who had sued. The Willies were suing, saying the school was doing stuff in secret. What does it mean? And before we dig into what happened with the emails, I thought the emails were going to be something. But as far as the school addressing the daughter as a boy and doing stuff like that, the judge says that wasn't secretive. That wasn't, too lawsuity, I guess.
Oh yeah. So this is fun. Okay. So you have a right to the care, custody, control of your children. That's been recognized by the Supreme Court, and that applies to the states as well. And, you, in order to sue a state entity like a school district for that, you have to show that the people who violated your right in this way were acting under color of law, right? Right. So the judge is like, well, this one teacher went rogue, but that teacher violated the school's policies, procedures in other ways. So that wasn't under color of law, right? And there's peers referring to the student by mail. And so the judge is like, okay, well, what happened under color of law? What did the school's hammer of authority actually do here? And there were two different policies. One was the earlier one was stronger, the later one was softer. Came after actually an injunction, a preliminary injunction. No, yeah, a partial preliminary injunction in this case. I'm rambling. But the judge was like, okay, the school cannot trample your right to care, custody, control of your own children. But I'm also not going to contour this right in such a way that makes an affirmative laundry list of duties the school has to pursue and fulfill in order to flesh out your right there.
Wow. What is that in English?
Sorry. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, so let me, for folks that need more background, or for people that didn't go to law school like Claire.
I didn't go to law school. Nice try.
It sure sounds like it. So the school, was respecting the wishes of the student who said, I'm not a girl. I want to be a boy. So they're like, okay, we'll refer to you as a boy. Okay. But then then there was other stuff that's, to me, sounded like the school was more leaving their lane. And that was the teachers. This is outside the classroom. Teachers' email correspondence with the daughter of the Willies, who, he was giving advice on websites you might want to visit to learn more and stuff like that. Now, is that separate from? Because that seems like, whoa. Or is that all about the teacher? Like Sweetwater County School District is saying that teacher's no longer here.
They disavowed that whole thing.
Yeah,
hit escape 3 times so no one will notice you're on the website. I guess to back up, this has been going on since I think 2022, the parents confronted the school board publicly. 2023, they're filing suit. It wages on and on.
Yeah.
And the judge was like, okay, there's parts of this suit that are valid that we can pursue. We can go into discovery or the evidence exchange phase. And that's where the emails became public with this teacher. And the school district was like, that teacher acted outside of behaviors we allow. So that's not under color of law. That's not part of our policy here. So don't attack us for that. And the judge agreed with the school district there.
Okay.
Agreed with the school district that the teacher had gone rogue. And then what was left but to look at was the policy itself and any other official district maneuvers.
Yeah. I was just speculating that's got to be a hard way for parents to learn of this. The mom, Ashley, it's one thing if your kid comes home one day and says, Mom, Dad, we got to have a talk. I feel like this is going on. Okay. But to find out Ashley's a teacher in this school district and there's some kind of district-wide meeting and she learns of a student that wants to be a girl, then a boy, and how do you address it? And it's her kid. Like, the way you find out. Yeah.
Well, and her counterpoint, and the judge addressed this, her counterpoint was, we have behavioral meetings for this kid because there's an education plan where we have regular meetings for this kid. Why didn't you bring it up?
Yeah.
Over that's kind of a big thing. And the judge was like, even with the meetings, I'm still not going to create a duty for the school to let everyone know every time a kid changes names.
In your other story, I'm reading between the lines like I like to do with Claire McFarland. There's so much between your lines, in my opinion. This guy who was convicted of stabbing his friend, boy, with friends like this, who needs enemies? It was over a Nintendo Switch, but not really. Then it was over, I got with your baby mama. And then it all comes down to one guy is like 6'6", 280, and the other guy's 5'6" and $130. And the big dude says he was just self-defense. I had to stab my friend 26 times in self-defense. It was all about who's bigger than who, I think. And you pointed that out in the article.
Well, it didn't go to trial, but I get the feeling it was close because they had a mini trial during that 5-hour sentencing in Green River that I was in. I should have asked someone beforehand how long they thought that sentencing was going to last, because by hour 4 or 3, Greg Johnson, our editor, was checking the webcams to see if I'd been in a wreck and died.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they have like a mini trial at sentencing because they're arguing how long the guy's going to get. And you really get the feeling that this is the trial that people were ready to have that didn't happen. But Michael V. Hill is in the car, with Coulter Watsabot, and there's like some sort of confrontation in
William Brewer.
Brewer. Holy crap. Cause I did V Hill yesterday. Sorry about that. I apologize to everyone. So Brewer's in the car with Coulter Watsabot, and there's some kind of confrontation, and in Brewer's telling Watsabot reach for his own knife that Brewer knew he had and was familiar with and knew where he kept it. And Brewer said, like where I'm from, like you react, like you don't have time, you have to react. Someone does that. And so that was his telling at change of plea. So at the sentencing, the prosecutor's like, what hulking grizzly bear, he called him a grizzly bear, I think twice.
Yeah.
What hulking grizzly bear is scared of a dude that's that small and has to stab him 26 times in response to a gesture?
Right. I mean, the threat is removed, you would think, at stab number 3, 4, but 26. And then dragging the body off into the sagebrush, like, this no longer sounds like self-defense to me. 34-year-old William Brewer, what's he looking at as far as time here?
Oh, I think he got, 55 to life? Or am I thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
55
yeah, you're
to
at
life.
55 to life. Yeah. So I guess my one follow-up question I had for you that I tucked away in my mind when we talked about this story was, obviously, everybody in Casper has a knife. Statistically, every Casper resident has 1.7 knives on their person at any given time. The victim had a knife. Did William Brewer, the stabber, take his knife, or did he have his own knife?
The evidence indicates there was another knife, because the folding knife that was in Coulter's, well, it was kind of cast off above Coulter's head where he lay face down in the sage and dirt. And it had enough blood to get DNA, like trace blood to get DNA, but it was not bloodied. Like it would have been bloody, according to the testimony given in court, if it had been used to stab anyone, or even if it had been a major part of this incident.
Claire's advice given a week ago: don't drink with stabby people.
Don't drink with stabby people. Don't do meth with stabby people.
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
Sweetwater County, looking at you.
Just say no. This is odd, although it's probably not the only time it's happened, when a jury just couldn't get there collectively to find someone guilty of something, and then only to have the man on trial after the jury could not come to a conviction say, I did it. And that's the case here. A Lander man, his trial ended, hung jury, but he pleaded guilty yesterday to a death of a 57-year-old. He said, yeah, it was me with a pipe in the library.
Okay. I've played Clue so many times. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the kids love Clue.
So, yeah, he's probably not mentally 100%. And I think that's what bothered the jury, is like, he's not responsible, in a mental way. And even the judge, after hearing the guilty plea, says, you understand what's happening? Like, what caused the later revelation, and what's that going to mean?
Oh gosh. The terms, sentencing is later. It's in like July, but
yeah,
the sentence is laid out in the plea agreement. You'll have to refresh my memory if you have that story in front of you. I wrote 5 stories yesterday, Jake. I'm barely.
I know.
The tendrils of my brain are holding on as tight as they can here, but so that one.
Well, I'm like trying to pick your lawyer brain. And just in general, what happens when your trial, the jury says we can't come to, and then you say, I did it. Now,
So he could go to trial again and do the whole thing again. It was like this ordeal, you know, and we were there till late at night, and it was 6 days, and the jury was like, we can't do this, we can't do this. And the judge said, just keep trying.
Yeah.
And, very dramatic. And then there was this weekend lull where, the defendant is probably not sleeping. And the jury comes back Monday and says, I'm sorry, we are not unanimous. We can't do this, judge. The judge is like, fine. So he had options. He could have gone to trial and he could have negotiated a plea deal. He chose the latter. And to plead guilty, not some variation of guilty, like no contest or Alford, but to plead straight up guilty, you have to give a confession, essentially, a factual basis so that the judge and you and everyone understands that you're admitting to the exact elements of the charge that you're going to be convicted of, right? Like I didn't accidentally plead to the wrong thing. My understanding of my conduct was different. So he gives this confession like I did this out of fear. And everyone goes, oh, well, second degree murder, you actually have to confess that you did it purposely and maliciously. So can you tell us more? And so there's that prodding that happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And you want to be sure with somebody who's, the aspect of the whole his mental health, you want to be really sure about what he's saying. He's like, yeah, it was me with a pipe. So yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's not the only courtroom you were sitting in. More law kind of stuff. The transient man who broke the face of a Laramie woman he was dating at the time. He avoids prison. He's looking at a very strict probation. Boy, he seems lucky to me, especially given that it was a female judge, right? Misha Westby. I would think a female judge would be harder on a man who punched a woman in the face, but
I don't know. I don't know if that factors in. I've seen it go the other way. Sometimes male judges have a really hard time like putting like young mothers away. There's a chivalry there. I think that, but no, I don't know if that was a factor here. But so if you look past, like we led with, he'll be out somewhere in 3 months because, or 2 months because to let the community know. But part of the punishment is that he's already spent nearly a year in jail during his prosecution. So it's called a split sentence where you get time behind bars and then you get a chance at probation, but you're going to prison for a very long time if you fail probation. And so that's what happened is he spent like 305 days in jail. He's got 2 more months, then he goes to inpatient, then he goes through drug court, and he has 3 years total probation.
David,
he does well.
Yeah, we're talking about David Leba, 61-year-old, ordered to pay restitution as well. And the judge said, this is strict probation. We're going to keep close eye on you. Any bobble and you're going to prison. Good stuff. Finally, Harriet Hageman, that story, that's you as well. You have been busy, Claire. We learned about Representative Hageman. She wrote Department of Transportation. She's concerned about truckers who can't read or speak English. That could be a reason why we've seen a spike in commercial trucker fatalities since 2016. She sort of petitioned the whole the feds and the Trump administration. President Trump acknowledged with an executive order maybe that is an issue. And he's rescinded an Obama-era policy, which was kind of don't ask, don't tell, look the other way when it comes to truckers who can't do English. We need truckers so bad that that's okay. Maybe not. What's it going to mean? Is this immediate? Like if you pull a trucker over now, a trooper, and he has no English at all, what do you do?
Well, the department has 60 days to rescind that memo.
Okay.
So everything's kind of in this weird flux state right now, but yeah, very, very soon they can pull them from the road. And this is so in writing that, you always want to both sidism in writing this. I had a very hard time finding anyone who is opposed to this change because Trump is restoring the status quo here. There's federal laws, old federal regulations on the books like you have to be able to read the signs and converse with the general public. There you go. And so Trump is just restoring that status quo and getting rid of a memorandum that contradicted it. that contradicted federal regulations themselves. And so like, and I would read like Yahoo, Fox News isn't the best example, or like The Hill, or, I would read mainstream media like, okay, who's opposed to this? Who really has a problem with this? And those guys didn't have any detractors either. So it just seems like maybe this is a low-hanging fruit thing that a lot of people are on board with. And I've talked to Democrats, Republicans alike, that have been like, yeah, this needs to happen.
Yeah. I agree. And maybe they need to build something into, your CDL, the test. In addition to backing into a loading bay, you need to be able to, read some signs or converse with an officer when he asks where you're going or anything. But I'm sure there's, very capable truckers who have zero understanding of English, but there are many foreign truckers that they've had their license maybe less than a year, and they don't know what the sign means when it says
put the chains on.
Put your or
put your chains on.
Take the automatic, what's the speed? Yeah, take speed control. There's sections of I-80 where you don't want to have speed control on cruise control.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff, Claire. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great what is it? Wednesday. Yeah. Have a great day.
Bye.
Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, she's been busy. A lot of stories from Claire. Good stuff. We'll take a quick break. Get back. We got more guests coming up right away. So we got to take a quick break right now on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Yeah, we're back. I'm having some studio problems with my monitoring. I can hear in the headphones, but I can't hear in my speakers. That sounds like a me problem, though, right? Nobody cares. Yeah, I don't know why that should be. But it bothers me. It distracts me from the task at hand, which is checking the Zoom room for Chauncey, who I don't see. So I'm a little confused with that. We're looking for Chauncey Goodrich. Last call. Bueller? Chauncey? Pretty sure I shared the Zoom link with him. Abby, this is partly you. What's going on? Do I have the time right? 8:25, Wednesday, April 30th. Today's been like no show Wednesday. Couldn't find Greg. No show Andrew Rossi. Chauncey Goodrich. Maybe we can blame it on Sublette County internet, which is, you know, a squirrel on a wheel powering their internet down there. They don't call it broadband down in Pinedale. It's skinny band. Yeah, they don't have a lot of interwebs down in Sublette County. Maybe it's the lack of interwebs. Maybe, possibly. Chauncey was going to pop on, tell us about a fundraising fly fishing tournament, an event coming up that's pretty popular. It's been going on for about 5 or 6 years now, I want to say. Raise money for cancer and other devastating diseases like that. It's called Fishing for the Fight. And Chauncey's the founder, president, the guy who's like put it all on. It was his idea. And it's, boy, I wonder if he knew it would ever grow into something like this, what it is today. It's, more than 5 or 6. It's 9th annual coming up. Wow. It's coming up July 17, 18, and 19. And it's a unique, one-of-a-kind, fantastic event. Fly fishing fundraiser, 9th annual. Fishing for the Fight. And Chauncey will talk about it when and if he comes on. Okay. We'll move to this day in history. Why don't we do that? Since I'm ready for it. April 30th is the date, by the way. What happened on this day in history? Wyoming history. Not too many things happened today, actually. Yesterday was quiet as well. 1803, the treaty providing for the sale of Louisiana, including what would become most of Wyoming, was signed on this day. The treaty, the 1803, the treaty that would make for the Louisiana Purchase, officially signed off on this day in 1803. On this day in 1812, Louisiana, the state, would become the 18th state in the Union. That treaty was signed by Robert Livingston, James Monroe, and Barbé Marbois in Paris. Oh, that was the Louisiana Purchase Treaty. And out of that, some 9 years later, Louisiana would become a state. Okay, I got it. I got it together. Union Pacific reached Promontory Point, Utah on this day, 1869. An important date in railroad history. This day, 1906, A and B mines opened at Superior in Wyoming. And on this day, April 30th, 1926, the cornerstone was laid for what would become University of Wyoming's engineering building. This day, 1926. All these things happen on this day, April 30th, in Wyoming history. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Major rodeo in California happened over the weekend, switching up some world standings. A major rodeo indeed. Clovis, California. I have the results coming up. Big names on the billboard for Clovis, California. The winners coming up next.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
Grounded from Helena is a powerful adjuvant that can take your herbicide application to the next level. It reduces AI loss from UV light and off-target movement while improving deposition and absorption. All to help you unleash precision in every spray application. Spray smarter with Grounded from Helena. Always follow label instructions and check registration before use. Contact your Helena representative to learn more.
In the bareback riding, Tilden Hooper moved from 21st in the world standings to 16. He rides one of the world's greatest horses, Virgil, to 88 points. We'll have Tilden on here in the next week or so on the Rodeo Roadshow. The bareback champion in Clovis, Mike McGinn from Oregon, the steer wrestling champ. Team ropers, Bry Kreitz from Oklahoma, Tyler Worley from Arkansas. Win it all in Clovis in the team roping. Rusty Wright from Milford, Utah, the champion saddle bronc rider, the oldest of the four Wright boys of Cody and Cherie. In the tie-down roping, Southern Idaho's Britt Bedke wins the tie-down roping. Barrel racer Summer Cosell wins the barrel racing event. The California breakaway roper Suzanne Williams wins the breakaway roping in her home state. What a feather in her cap, indeed, being a California girl and one of the biggest rodeos in California. And TJ Gray from Derry, Oregon. He stays hot. He's in the top 5 of all bull riders in the world. Went to his first NFR last year. There it is, Clovis, California, over 100 years old. Those are the winners on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yes, it is. You can see us and hear us and enjoy the show on, of course, YouTube. We got our own YouTube channel, and check that out, Cowboy State Daily Show on YouTube. You can see us on the homepage on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Whenever we're live, you'll see that video playing automatically when you land on that website. We're also beaming our way toward X. We're on, X, formerly Twitter. We're on Facebook Live. When we're live, we're all over the place, and we're on radio stations around the state as well in syndication, sometimes in real time, sometimes played later in the day. I heard myself yesterday on the way to town. I had to visit the urologist. I still have. And maybe it's TMI. I don't like to talk about a lot of personal stuff about me, but some people say, well, it's good for you to talk personal things so we get to know you better. But I don't like to do that, but I do have, and I only share it because it becomes sometimes evident during the show that I have an issue with kidney stones. Still, I have a kidney stone, a little one, and sometimes during the show, I had to actually stop and play like a commercial because I had to go vomit because of the pain. Oh, man. I tell you, I do not recommend kidney stones. Oh, boy. And I've heard some experts say it's akin to giving birth, labor pains. And so I don't know, women, if labor is anything like this, you have much respect for your pain tolerance. Yeah, when the kidney stone is banging away at you, it is painful. So I had this since February 22nd, on and off. And I thought it was I thought I passed the stone, but I guess not. And the latest MRI or CT scan I had showed that it was a pretty small stone, so small that when I visited the urologist yesterday, he said, it's too small to even smash it. You know, they have the way to smash your stone down and bust it up. He's like, he basically said, you're being a sissy. Your stone is too small to even smash. Really? Well, what's the recourse then? He's like, either you just pass it yourself or we go get it. And he described what entails going to get it. And I'm like, nope. Let's see if I can pass it. So, yeah, I'm still got this tiny kidney stone floating around that won't come out. Man, there are some days where it really hurts. So I was driving into that appointment yesterday and I heard myself on the radio. I'm like, hey, I know that guy. He's pretty funny. He's got a kidney stone. A couple of football players from Laramie are invited to rookie mini camps. NFL draft happened over the past weekend. Of course, the only thing we learned from it is Shadur Sanders is unwanted, unloved. Nobody wanted him till the 5th round. But we also learned that nobody wanted, no love shown for University of Wyoming Cowboys. You know, we had a couple of notable football players declared for the draft. One, safety Wyatt Eckler, didn't receive a bite, no draft. No phone rang at Wyatt's house. John Hoyland, the kicker, I thought he would get. Nobody drafts kickers anymore. You know, they always just wait till the drafts. They don't waste a draft pick on a kicker. All these NFL teams just wait till the draft's over, and then they go find the best kicker at college, and they say, come on, here's an invite to our rookie camp. So John Hoyland did get an invite to rookie camp. Where is he going? Hoyland's going to attend Baltimore Ravens and the Denver Broncos. So he would be kicking close to home in Denver, right? Hoyland already knows what it feels like to have his kicks aided by the thin air in Laramie. And he would love to kick in Mile High in Denver. So he's going to go work out for the Broncos and the Ravens. Meanwhile, the safety Wyatt Eckler is going to attend mini camps at Philadelphia with the Eagles, the Super Bowl winning Eagles. They want to take a look at the safety, and he's also going to go to the Denver Broncos camp. Eckler finished with a total of 197 tackles in 48 career games. Missed time last year with broken thumbs, yet he still played. At one time, he had both his thumbs broken and had him in cast, and he still played. He's pretty good. Named Mountain West Player of the Week, for his 2 sacks against New Mexico that 1 week. Finished his career with 3 forced fumbles. And just the 1 interception. It's hard to intercept the ball when you got 2 broken thumbs. Wyatt Eckler going to attend camp at Philadelphia and Denver for the Eagles and Broncos. And John Hoyland, the kicker for the Pokes, going to go to Baltimore and Denver and work out with them. So good luck, guys. Hope to see you in the NFL. I was looking at this nationwide map that shows places you're most likely to get a speeding ticket. And most of the responses by people were in agreement that these places in the U.S. are hot spots for running radar. And a lot of them are in the Southeast or in the Deep South. You know, the old stereotype that there's some redneck Southern sheriff deputy hiding behind a billboard sign ready to pull you over. And that's how some of these backwoods counties in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi make all their money. They just wait for some Yankee up north to come speeding through just so much as 1 mile an hour over the speed limit. And the lights will come on. Whoop! Well, apparently that's true, that stereotype. A little bit in Florida, a lot of it in Alabama and Mississippi, according to something on the internet. The internet's never wrong, right? I get this from Brilliant Maps. I'm not sure where the data is derived, but it's Brilliant Maps, most likely places to get speeding tickets in the U.S. There's also a hotspot in Delaware, and then in northern Ohio and northern Illinois along Interstate 80, what would be 80 all the way over there. Big time. I mean, oh my, if I knew this, I should be careful because I do drive back there occasionally. In northern Ohio, northern Illinois, Cleveland suburbs. Yeah, and some of the comments are so interesting. They're so localized. Like Steve Laurie writes in the comments section of this story, he said, I'm sure that guy who sits on I-71 near Ashland, this is in Ohio, must be responsible for more than half the Ohio tickets ever issued. He said, I've never driven past Ashland without seeing that same guy sitting there on I-71. Huh? By the way, Wyoming, not one of the states that you're most likely to get a speeding ticket in, mostly in the Deep South, and definitely in northern Illinois and northern Ohio, and a little bit in Utah down I-15, heavily patrolled. A lot of speeding tickets issued in Utah, particularly along I-15, and Nevada as well. Not so much around Las Vegas, but there's an area of Nevada that looks to me to be where, the highway you would be running on if you were coming from California. If you were driving from California, Northern California to Las Vegas, they look to light you up. And then, of course, Southern California, a lot of tickets issued there. But places in the United States most likely to get speeding tickets, interesting map, and backing up the stereotype of, the Deep South Sheriff's Office got nothing better to do but run radar on you. Take a quick break here to see if I can't find out what happened to Chauncey Goodrich. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, You can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. The studio cat wants to go outside, but that big golden hawk is still out there. That hawk, the big golden eagle, that gold eagle could pick up this cat and bring him wherever it wanted. That's a big bird. He's sitting over there in this dead tree across the way. And the cat wants to go out. And that eagle, he doesn't miss a trick. Eagles got such good vision. If that cat goes trotting out on the deck, oh man. It's for your own good. Kitty cat, you do not want to go out right now. Trust me. That would not end well. Claire McFarland's story. We just had Claire on not long ago. She talked about this story, but we didn't really set it up for you this morning. So let's do that. Claire McFarland's story with a headline that's provocative in the least, to say the least. Yeah. Transient who broke Laramie woman's face gets strict probation. 2-month jail stint. Jail time is, he's already done a bunch of jail time, Claire pointed out. He being David Lieba, 61-year-old, ordered to pay some $7,700 in restitution for the damages he caused when he punched a woman he was dating. This goes back 2 years ago. Punched her in the face. Lieba's been undergoing intensive probation and treatment program. If he violates probation, one bobble, says the judge, and you are going to prison. 6 to 8 years is what you're looking at. This is Albany County District Court Judge Misha Westby, adamant Tuesday during the sentencing hearing that she would not hesitate to send him to prison for 6 to 8 if he approached the victim in any way, if he violated his probation in any way. The judge says a violation of this will immediately result in an imposition of the underlying sentence, which is a 6 to 8 year prison term. Any contact with the victim, her family, anyone associated with her, have absolutely no contact, the judge warned. The judge added, I don't want you around her house. I don't want you anywhere near where she is. Liba attacked his ex-girlfriend, Wendy Boudreaux, back in 2023 after a prolonged falling out. This was a breakup that happened, and Wendy had a soft spot for him. And Wendy said, they broke it off. She said, you'll have to find another place to live, this transient man. And he's like, I got nowhere else to go. And she said, all right, you can stay in the shed out back or something. Finally, they broke it off. He lingered in the home, and she gave him his marching orders. And he was angry. He collected his stuff and then punched her in the face. And according to the prosecutor, left her in a bloody pile. Wendy needed facial reconstruction surgery. Sinuses appeared broken along with her upper palate. Liba vanished after the attack, was finally arrested, 11 months later in Colorado in June of 24. Brought back to face charges and got off light. If you ask me, the judge gave Liba strict probation, 6 to 8 prison term if he violates that. Liba voiced remorse during his statements to the court, said he was really, really sorry. He said, I want to say I'm really, really sorry about what happened. It was random. I didn't know it was going to happen. I can't take back what I did. I plead guilty. I want to man up for what I did. He's undergoing treatment right now, treatment programs to try to get himself straight and better. But, the judge warned him, don't mess up. There's a golden chance here. Seriously, Kat, you want to go out? Okay. Did we already do the rodeo hour? We did rodeo minute. We did. Let's do Wyoming Game and Fish. Let's do that while I kick this cat out of here. Wyoming Game and Fish.
Grizzly bear captures begin in northwest Wyoming, and community organizations work to bring more opportunity to new hunters and anglers. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. As part of ongoing efforts to monitor grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is again conducting capture operations in areas of northwest Wyoming beginning this spring and continuing through early fall. All areas where captures are being conducted will have major access points marked with warning signs, as well as area closure signs in the direct vicinity of capture sites. It is critical that all members of the public heed these signs. When captured, animals are marked, released on site, and monitored in accordance with guidelines developed jointly by the Wyoming Game and Fish and the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. Annual monitoring of this population is vital to the ongoing management and conservation of grizzlies in Wyoming. Information obtained through these efforts is used to assess the status and health of grizzly bears in the ecosystem and provides insight into population dynamics that are critical to demonstrate the continued recovery and conservation of grizzly bears. Well, if you're looking for a new adventure and a fun way to spend quality time with loved ones, kids ages 12 to 17, women, and families who want to learn to hunt or fish are invited to apply for mentored hunting and fishing programs offered in the Bighorn Basin. Applications are due May 16th. Tara Hodges, Wyoming Game and Fish Department Cody Regional Information and Education Specialist, says no previous hunting or fishing experience or equipment is necessary. She says the programs are designed for first-time hunters and anglers and those that don't have the opportunity to learn from a friend or family member. The Wood River Deer Hunt, First Fish on a Fly, and Heart Mountain Bird Hunt programs are hosted by the Wyoming Outdoorsman and the First Hunt Foundation, with support from Game and Fish through the Y Hunt Fish Initiative. In a unique collaboration, these organizations and private landowners are collaborating to offer first-time hunters and anglers an opportunity to learn under the guidance of experienced mentors. Again, those applications are due May 16th. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we are back. It's Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Still to come on the show, Leo Wilson should be dropping in, assuming he will. So far, we're not batting very well. We're like 1 for 5 in our expected guess. Claire McFarland did make the scene. Andrew, no show. Greg, no show. Chauncey, no show. Leo, keep our fingers crossed. And we're looking for Charles Hood. I'll be excited to talk to Charles Hood later. He's an author, naturalist, and he's just a guy who's done more before 9 a.m. than we'll do all day. You know, one of those kind of guys. He's a fascinating dude with an incredible background. So, yeah, that's still to come. Charles Hood will be on the show. Meanwhile, we got to pull up the reins and let the horse have a blow. It's time for Top of the Hour News. We'll see you on the other side of that on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for being there this Wednesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. President Donald Trump on Monday ordered a vehicle safety agency to rescind Obama-era guidance that kept highway inspectors from removing non-English-speaking commercial truck drivers from the roads. And Wyoming's Republican member of the U.S. House of Representatives voiced strong approval. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Harriet Hageman believes that it's not unreasonable for people to want commercial drivers to be able to read English, especially in Wyoming, where changing weather conditions on one of the most traveled interstates in the U.S. creates unique hazards.
To be a commercial truck driver, you have to be able to converse with the general public, read the signs in English. You have to be able to do this for safety reasons. And that's been in the federal official rules for a long time. But then in 2016, the Obama administration's memorandum said, okay, guys, but don't take anyone off the road if you're not following these rules.
Trump's order establishes an administration policy that allows the enforcement of an English proficiency requirement that's already in the federal rules, but that's been hamstrung for 9 years. The American Lung Association has named Fremont County and Casper as having the cleanest air in the United States. At the same time, some Wyoming cities and counties received failing grades for certain types of air pollution. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reviewed the American Lung Association's 2025 State of the Air report, which points to Wyoming's wind helping to sweep pollution out of the state's largest cities.
Fremont County was named the cleanest air when it comes to particulate pollution, and Casper tied with Honolulu as the city with the cleanest particulate air number, so to speak. But it was a mixed bag for Wyoming. Sublette County still struggles with ozone levels that could potentially be harmful to those with asthma. And, you know, there are signs in the data that wildfires really do impact our quality of air in Wyoming.
Los Angeles, Salt Lake City, and Denver continue to be home to the dirtiest air. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting and its board of directors, chaired by Riverton resident Ruby Calvert, sued the Trump administration on Tuesday for firing 3 members of the board. The organization alleged in its lawsuit that it is a private entity that doesn't fall under President Donald Trump's authority. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that 3 CPB board members, all of whom are Democrats, received an email Monday asserting that Trump had fired them.
The whole issue at play here is that the Trump administration is putting a sharper and sharper target on public broadcasting, which includes National Public Radio and PBS. They've been doing that since his second term in office started. They believe that these partially taxpayer-funded organizations broadcast with a liberal bias, unfair liberal bias. So that is why they believe, as part of a larger thing, that they should be defunded.
Earlier this month, the White House confirmed its plans to soon ask Congress to pull back more than $1 billion in public broadcasting funding. If approved, it would have a significant impact on public radio and PBS stations in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, this year's Cheyenne Frontier Days was already shaping up to be one for the history books. Now comes word that the beloved U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, who've flown the skies over Cheyenne Frontier Days nearly every year since 1953, will be moving their hugely popular show to a Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the move to July 26th is intended to give more people than ever the chance to see this phenomenal air show in the sky.
Planes are traveling at super high speeds, and they're 18 inches from one plane to the next at the closest point. And that's part of why the Air Force does it. You know, they want to reinforce confidence in the U.S. military. These kind of performances help show what these guys can do. They're the elite, the best of the best.
The Wings Over Warren Air Show has traditionally been held midweek from 11 a.m. to noon, but having it on a Saturday instead will give the Thunderbirds more opportunities to interact with Cheyenne Frontier Days crowds, both in the park and at downtown events. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Wednesday, and Raymond writes. Raymond chimes in on our Facebook page. He said it's hard to believe that a town of liberal Democrats. He's talking about what we were talking about a little bit ago when the American Lung Association found that Fremont County in Wyoming was the cleanest air county in the U.S. They particularly cited Casper, Lander, Riverton as really clean air. Some of it had to do with the fact those areas get wind, and that just blows any particulate matter right out of the scene, man. And part of it is good old Wyoming mountain air. But that same study found the air was worrisome in Teton County, in Jackson Hole, home to liberals who talk all about the environment. They're anti-oil and gas because we got to keep the air clean. Yet, as Raymond points out, it's hard to believe a town of liberal Democrats would have the worst environment in the state. Well, they had the worst air pollution rankings according to the 2025 American Lung Association, National Lung Association ratings for 2025. also are in trouble, as I pointed out, with the state DEQ for pollution in the water in streams. Fish Creek, Flat Creek, name problematic. Looks like they should start practicing what they preach. I agree, Raymond. And to me, it all comes down to money, greed. Why does Jackson have air problems and water problems? It's overdevelopment, development, building. And they can't stop. And yes, liberals, Democrats running the show, town council and county commissioners, largely, primarily liberal and Democrat. And Democrats not often associated with build, but they are in Jackson. If you're a developer, you get whatever you want. And they can't build fast enough. And it's caused problems. Air, water, it's caused real problems. Housing, obviously. Anyway, yeah, I didn't mean to digress on that. But yeah, Raymond points that out. We're going to call Leo a no-show, our fifth of the day. Hopefully Charles Hood makes the scene. I'm looking at this map, this latest analysis regarding drug use by state. And is Wyoming a druggy state compared with other states in the U.S.? How do we stack up against Arkansas, for instance? Arkansas is, in my mind, really druggy. Like Little Rock. Oh, man, it's the meth capital of the world. According to the interwebs, which are never wrong, the druggiest states in the U.S., highest drug use by state. Number 1, New Mexico. Where is Arkansas on this list? Arkansas comes in at number 10. Louisiana, yep, number 9, figures. This is a little surprising. West Virginia comes in number 2, highest drug use by state. And these are looking at data analytics like drug use and addiction rank, law enforcement rank. In other words, how many drug arrests per capita are made in your state. It looks at things like drug health issues, rehabilitation centers, whether you've got a lot of them or not many of them. Alaska ranks pretty high. They're in the top 5 at number 4. District of Columbia. Oklahoma comes in at number 6. Missouri, 7. Colorado, where they've already legalized drugs, still high drug use in Colorado. They come in at number 8. Where was Wyoming? 13th. Kind of high. 13th highest drug use by state. Our friends up there in Montana were 22, by the way. Idaho, not dealing with much drug problems, 42 out of 50 states. Utah, well, we know how clean living there are in Utah. I mean, you can't even drink in Utah. They were dead last, or dead best, I guess, if you're ranking 50 states. Utah come in at 50th. Well, we're also doing District of Columbia. So Hawaii was the cleanest living. Hawaii at 51 as far as drug use. In other words, bottom of the list. In other words, not a lot of drug use. Highest drug use by state. Wyoming come in ranked 13th. And that was mostly due to the ranking of law enforcement. Under that category, Wyoming was number 1. The most drug-related arrests per capita. Wyoming ranked number 1. And you do see it. For instance, in the news every day, in the news headlines. Cowboy State Daily. You see it over and over in the headlines every day, drug arrests. Claire McFarland, probably no surprise to her, who covers crime and courts for Cowboy State Daily, to find that, yeah, Wyoming #1 in drug-related arrests, number 13 in highest drug use by state. Positive story from Renee Jean. Good for this school. WildTech's waiting list. WildTech's got a growth spurt going on. WildTech is a trade school. They teach a lot of things, among them welding, but they teach mostly, blue-collar jobs. They prepare kids for the workforce. Laramie Trade School is growing fast and can't keep up right now. $48 million brand new 137 square foot facility expansion will be online in 2027, and it can't come soon enough. This school is busting at the seams with enrollment, and it's okay if the seams break because they got plenty of kids in class who can fix the seams with their welding. 58 welding seats. The 9-month welding program has 58 welding participants and a waiting list that stretches all the way out to next April. You can't even get in the welding program right now. And that's considering the night class where WildTech President Kyle Morris told Cowboy State Daily, he said, we got a night class in welding that we had to add that's going from 4:30 in the afternoon and runs up until 2 in the morning. Woo! That's a night school right there. He said it's almost completely booked out. Welding's not the only hot trade going on at WildTech that's been filling up fast. There's large demand for many of their other programs. So much demand, they've had to open up a new facility, $42 million facility. Should be online in 2027. It'll offer advanced diesel, heavy diesel, trim, upholstery programs, all kinds of stuff that gets you ready for the job market. Trade schools are hot right now. They're big time. A lot of folks are saying, you know what? I don't want 4 years of college. I don't need 4 years of college. I don't want college debt, loan debt that comes associated with that. I'm ready to hit the workforce now, right out of high school. Give me a year or two at trade school, and I'm ready to go make 6 figures. Yeah, makes sense, and it's why WildTech is just exploding. And good for them. That's a Laramie-based trade school. Renee Jean has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Thunderbirds are going to fly on Saturday. Popular program featuring the U.S. Air Force and their precision flying. U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds have appeared at Cheyenne Frontier Days every year, annually, since CFD got started back in the 50s. In fact, they've only missed 2 rodeos. Cheyenne Frontier Days shaping up to be one of the best ever this year. We're going to have Sheridan's Ian Munsick playing with Travis Tritt. That'll be a great concert. That's on July 18th. And on July 26th, Thunderbirds are going to be back again, this time on a Saturday. So probably more people are going to be able to see them. Traditionally, the Thunderbirds flyover has been on a weekday at like 11 in the morning. So more high profile this time around. Air Force Thunderbirds going to fly on July 26th. It's a Saturday. CFD military chairman Colonel Jonathan Esses said, the Thunderbirds are a cherished part of Cheyenne Frontier Days tradition. We're thrilled to bring this incredible experience to fans on a Saturday, making it even more accessible to more visitors attending CFD events. The Wings Over Warren Air Show, traditionally held midweek, will be Saturday, the 26th. Should be a lot of fun. It's so cool. I've never seen them do their thing live that I can remember, but I bet a lot of us have. I mean, I've seen it on TV, but I don't think I've ever seen it live anywhere. These are the best pilots in the world. They fly inches apart, as Renee Jean points out in her story. 18 inches between wingtip to wingtip. One bad move, and oh boy. Here's Renee talking with Wendy Core about the appearance of the Thunderbirds at Cheyenne Frontier Days. That'll be here soon, coming in July.
And this year's Cheyenne Frontier Days was already shaping up to be one for the history books, with the first ever Wyoming native, Ian Munsick, set to headline a concert during Cheyenne Frontier Days. Now comes word that the beloved U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, who've flown the skies over Cheyenne Frontier Days nearly every year since 1953, will be moving their hugely popular show to a Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the move to July 26th is intended to give more people than ever the chance to see this phenomenal air show in the sky.
This is called Wings Over Warren. They have been doing that show since 1953. So if you think about the Thunderbird history, they were activated in June of 1953. One of their first shows had to have been Cheyenne, Wyoming, if not the very first show. These planes are traveling at super high speeds, and they're 18 inches from one plane to the next at the closest point. So, precision, the skill of these pilots to do that is just massively impressive. And that's part of why the Air Force does it. They want to reinforce confidence in the U.S. military. These kind of performances help show what these guys can do. They're the elite, the best of the best.
The Wings Over Warren Air Show has traditionally been held midweek from 11 a.m. to noon, but having it on a Saturday instead will give the Thunderbirds more opportunities to interact with Cheyenne Frontier Days crowds, both in the park and at downtown events.
Yeah, U.S. Air Force pilots taking better care of their jets than the U.S. Navy is. Yesterday we told you about a story about the Hornet that fell off the aircraft carrier. I still can't, but heads are going to roll, man. Somebody's going to get in real big trouble for that. $60 million jet rolls off the deck of an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea. That's bad. That's really bad. One last story at Cowboy State Daily, and then we'll get Charles Hood in the room. A body was found on Sunday in the White Mountain area. It's just outside of Rock Springs. The body is believed to be, not yet confirmed, but believed to be the woman who's been missing since February, 41-year-old Melissa Amadio of Green River. She went missing. There was all kinds of posters up, last seen February 26th. Her car that she was driving was found wedged in a ravine, and then not far, I think 25, 30 feet from the car, was her body. Speculation the car rolled off a cliff, falling about 1,000 feet. She was likely thrown from the vehicle, according to Jason Maurer, PIO for Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office. The reason it took so long, we were just talking about this the other day, Jen and I, on the show yesterday, about, the ability to disappear and to, if something happens to you, your body might not be found for months or years later. Wyoming is so huge of a state and so many remote areas. This area is pretty popular with ATV, off-road folks, this White Mountain area, and dirt bikers. And in fact, there was a pair of dirt bikers that found her, believed to be 41-year-old Melissa Amadio, and found her car. One reason the car was hard to spot, like how do you not find a car somewhere with drones and all the stuff you got? Her car was a gold-colored Cadillac Eldorado, gold-colored car in sandstone is really hard to see. It just doesn't stand out like a white car would. And these dirt bikers found the car, found her, and looks like it's probably her. but that'll be confirmed. That story in the Cowboy State Daily, and it comes from Jen Coker. We'll talk to Jen again tomorrow and get some more info about the story from her. Let's take a quick break, get Charles Hood into the Zoom room. I'm so excited. He'll be here in 3 minutes right after these. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. We welcome into the Zoom room special guest Charles Hood, naturalist, adventurer, poet, author, factory worker, dishwasher, ski instructor. You might find him guiding some bird trip in Africa. This guy has done I could go through the next 15 minutes just talking about everything Charles Hood has done, because he's a doer. Gets out there and does stuff. While the rest of us are sitting in front of a smart screen, he's doing things. He's been to all 50 states, 80 countries. He's been lost in a whiteout in Tibet, contracted and survived bubonic plague. Well, you don't do that every day. And he's published 20 books about his adventures, including he's his own photographer. When you can find him at home, you might find him in the Mojave Desert with a couple of kayaks. What do you need kayaks for in the desert, Charles? Mountain bikes, dogs, and 5,000 books.
Need kayaks to go to Monterey Bay when you leave the desert. I'm sure some of your listeners like their home, but they also like leaving their home.
I
parts
got
of the
you.
year.
I got you. We're just seeing a still of you on the Zoom room. You want to put your video on or no? Is that intentional? Oh,
It
there
was
you
a
are.
bandwidth issue, but I can. Hi, everybody. I'm here.
Hey, so, oh man, I don't know where to start. We're going to talk about your book specifically, is what one of your books is why you're on. But let's begin with in a weird place. Your advice to people, which I have seen, is to do stuff, man. And I love it. I could read the whole paragraph that I'm reading in a interview you did, but it basically, I can encapsulate it in you suggest people like get out there and live life while you got a chance. Do something. Don't sleep on your life. This weekend, go to the airport, buy the cheapest ticket to the weirdest place, faraway place, and go do it. Do you really live your life like this? You're a doer, man.
I'm like everybody else. Sometimes I have to go to work too.
Yeah.
But sure, let's get out. There must be some place your listeners I've always been meaning to go to, dot. And it might just be to go see the temple in Salt Lake, which is kind of a cool architectural space, or to go see the spiral jetty, to your south down the edge of the Great Salt Lake. So I don't know. It's just a feeling like there are so many ecosystems and so many quirky places to go, and I'm only going to live so many years. I just kind of hate to squander them doing stuff I don't like.
Yeah, you remind me of a modern day living Abbey. What's his name? Edward Abbey. Like, I've read his stuff about the desert. Places that are underappreciated. I think landscapes that are, you don't notice them because you're not quiet, for one thing. The biggest key to seeing stuff like birds and wildlife is shut up when you're walking out there. But yeah, your ability to see stuff we might miss and your appreciation for nature and wildlife and birds and all that stuff starts with being quiet and observing.
You're absolutely right. That's simply shutting up and like turning off some of the lights. Yeah. I'm always astounded by modern cars. They have a light that comes on when I'm supposed to get in the car at night. Like, I know where the steering wheel is. It hasn't changed. The steering wheel is exactly where I left it when I got out of the car. The seat is the exact same place. I don't need a light to sit my big fat butt down in my own car.
Right.
But if I have that light at night, it ruins my night vision. So now suddenly I've got no acclimation anymore to that nighttime that I had walking from the house to the car or something. So turn off the lights, turn off your phone, please put it on silent in the back of your pack, and just let the world be the world.
I get it. Among your passions is reading and books. Authors often wonder, or aspiring authors and writers wonder, like, how do I get published? How do I get better at writing? What do I do? One great way to get better at writing, and I've found this as well, is to read. The more you read, the better you'll write.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And, there are people like Barry Lopez, who was a very serious nature writer, very high church nature writer. And he told people, you should read comic books, read Gothic romances, just read anything to see how language works on the page and to find where your voice is going to fit into that symphony of other voices. For those of you who are listeners who want to get a book published, it's a pretty normal process. You should have an outline, a couple of chapters, and you should know the publishers with whom you would vibe the best. And then most publishing houses have an acquisitions editor, and you send a query letter. Can I tell you about my idea? And then they'd want to see, number one, that chapter or two. They'd want to see some sense of what the book is going to be, and they want to know, where do you fit into the market? And if you don't have a sense of what the market is doing, even a nonprofit publisher, even National Public Radio has to fit into a context of here's what the rest of society is doing.
Charles Hood, good advice from a guy who is a published author, 20 books under his belt. The latest, Nature at Night, Discover the Hidden World That Comes Alive After Dark. We're going to talk about that in a second, but I want to get from you, not only are you someone who observes and sees nature and thirsts for seeing stuff in nature, especially like odd, creatures that we may not encounter all the time. Would you rather, and you're also a photographer, and your shots are amazing, and your books are filled with this latest book we're talking about is filled with over 240 images of these animals and plants. Would you rather capture that for us on film, take a photograph of some incredible weird animal, or would you rather explain it as an author to us, or do both? I don't know.
Yeah, it's sort of an either or, in terms of a dichotomy, and it really depends on my ultimate purpose. And also, I'll be honest with your listeners, it's a pain in the caboose to bring high-end photography gear to the rainforest. You have to pass through customs, and some countries are a little bit sticky about that. And you've got to schlep this stuff around. So it's a great pleasure. Like, binoculars are relatively lightweight these days. If I just have me, my notepad, and my binoculars, I'm a happy boy. But the reality is, stories are told through images, and that's just simply how our culture works right now. And so I do need good pictures if I think I'm ever going to have a nature book published.
You have been everywhere, South Pole, Africa. You've been. Give me an idea of some of the hardest to get to places, some of the most remote but yet rewarding, some places where you feared for your life. I don't know. Give me an example where you've been. Your passport's stamped.
Yes, I have multiple passports with lots of stamps, and I've been, held up at gunpoint, with an AK-47 in Ethiopia. I broke my ribs skiing, and broke my wrist mountain biking. These things are just byproducts of travel. If you drive enough miles, you're going to get a flat tire. That's just inevitable sooner or later.
Yeah.
You're going to pick up that stray nail. And I tell people not to worry about that. The world is safer than it looks like on the outside. But I can share a quick story. We're in Gabon, so this is West Africa. I'm with some guys. We're trying to see a giant pangolin. Most of your listeners are familiar with penguins, these spiny these little scaly anteater things. But the giant one is never seen by anybody. I mean, by the native tribes people in the forest, of course, but in terms of Anglo-European explorers, we don't see them. And we had a tip, from some researchers, we should go to this forest. There was no electricity, so we're camping in a little abandoned hut, trying to make our batteries last before the rechargeable batteries run out. So we're in the forest, sort of every third person's using his light or her light as dimly as possible, with the lowest possible setting to save it. And the guide starts shouting in French, "Run, run, run, run!" And I'm like, oh no, this is bad, because the forest elephants are pretty mean. There's two species of African elephants. There's a savanna kind, and like with the zebras and the lions in Kenya, they don't really mind the safari jeeps, and they're sort of relatively even tempered. And then the other species, the forest kind, they're sort of grumps, and they like to smosh you down flat. Like this, I don't know whether they're just a reaction is, oh, there's a person, let's smosh it. So it's the middle of the night. We don't have many lights with us, and we're in very remote area in Gabon. And run, run, run. And so I just start running, and it turned out the guides had found a giant penguin. This is 80 pounds. It is bigger than a Newfoundland dog. It's a penguin, but it's this sort of prehistoric looking thing. And in fact, one of the guides grabbed it by its tail. A fully grown man could not slow this animal down. Huge claws, big, it's a big rotund animal. And we took some pictures, and then it trundled off. And then we all do the high five kind of thing. And nobody died, no snake bites, no trampled by elephants. So even this place that, no one got malaria that trip, no one got yellow fever. So the world looks scary, but it's actually pretty easy to navigate through once you give yourself the courage to try.
Yeah. Yeah, and the world looks like not a lot going on at night, yet that's when so many animals are active. And that brings us to this new book, Nature at Night, Discover the Hidden World That Comes Alive After Dark. What's the inspiration? I mean, doing all you've done, documenting all you've documented with birds and stuff, you knew that there's more out there, especially that a lot of us don't get to see because we're not out at night and we don't take the time and effort to do it. But man, the world comes alive at night, the world of wildlife and plants.
Because we're turning off our vision at night, and so you get to smell things and hear things. You actually are supercharging your normally suppressed, your immunosuppressed sensations are allowed to come forward.
Yeah.
And it's your listeners are right to be hesitant because they've been trained by society to be afraid of the dark. You need to have security lights. You need to have a gun. People are out there to harm you. And I always say it's more dangerous driving to Jackson Hole. The cars are what's going to kill you in Wyoming, right? It's not the bad people hiding in the bushes, because there's a lot of bushes and not many bad people, but there are a lot of drunks on the road. So I'm more nervous driving to the trailhead than once I get hiking. Then I know it's just me and the animals, and the animals are following a relatively predictable kind. We know what a bear is going to do or what its concerns are. So once I get out of nature, I'm kind of tolerant of things. But if you want to see nature, it doesn't stop at dark. Many of your listeners are nature lovers. That's why they live in Wyoming. But the reality is we're trained to think, oh, pretty birds, pretty flowers, chirp, chirp, chirp. And the idea that there are things happening after dark is really not part of the conversation.
I can't wait to read this book. I gotta order it, but I am more interested to read this other one that I've heard talked about that is a little bit of a departure maybe from the normal Charles Hood. We're talking to Charles Hood, by the way, author, naturalist, adventurer. I don't know. There's not enough nomenclature, not enough titles for you, but A Salad Only the Devil Would Eat. Quirky as all get out. How did you ever convince your publishers to let you write this one? This
right.
seems...
And we have to tell the audience the subtitle is The Joys of Ugly Nature.
Oh,
right. And I'm calling to you from home, and I live in the desert, but I live in the desert outside of Los Angeles, which is perceived as sort of a crystal meth kind of zone, flat earthers,
Yeah.
KKK. The place, I always joke that it's the place where sophists go to the end of dirt roads to die. And there's a lot of trash dumping here.
The anti-culture in 29 Palms, people who are
Right.
off the grid on purpose. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And the assumption, therefore, is that we are not of value, and the landscape is not of value, or there couldn't be anything of value here.
Yeah.
And during the pandemic, where I was stuck at home, I just began to walk in a radius from my house and realized all these vacant lots are actually full of life, full of surprise, full of beauty, full of wonder. And I was one of the people who was sort of neglecting it. Between me and Trader Joe's, the market, I would sort of see blank spaces, but not recognize there's actually a lot happening here, including Joshua Tree forests are renewing themselves kind of beneath our notice. So yeah, that's a collection of essays. And yeah, The Salad Only the Devil Would Eat is a line in one of the essays about a list of all the plants in the desert. Inside the publishing house, we all disagree now who came up with the title first. I was just calling it the essay book, in my notes to myself. And then that was actually something that marketing kind of liked. It's got a cactus on the cover. It's done quite well, won some awards. And so now we all want to take credit for it.
Yeah, that might be a good start as an introduction to Charles Hood if you don't know. Or this latest. This is the newest. We're talking about Nature at Night. How do we find this? Where do we get it? How do I buy it?
So Nature at Night, I really like to support small bookstores. It makes a difference, y'all.
Yes.
I do buy from Amazon. I'm not suggesting that, they don't have their place in our world. But if you have some way of even using an online service and using a smaller bookstore, they would love your business and their support. And so Nature at Night is out now. You also can get it from the publisher, from Timber Press. They've got a website, and it's got a lot of pictures, as you were kind enough to point out. So it's a pretty book, good for the kids, no bad words. And it was fun to write.
All right, I have to know, for just a weird, the need to know, you still have the 2 dogs?
I have 2 dogs. They're both rescues. One's a shepherd husky mix. One's a husky. They're quirky and problematic, and they are the family for better or for worse. I had a dog that passed, and so that dog is featured in the book you were just talking about, the Ugly Salad book, and Lucy the Wonder Dog. Who got I think I treated her better than I treated any of my human companions in terms of loving narration. But yes, I do live in the desert with 2 dogs, and I had to close the bedroom door so they'd hear me talking to you, and they're like, "Oh, is there someone visiting?"
Yeah.
They'd want to be part of this, and it gets a little distracting.
Yeah, I got a cat like that, and I've been reluctant to kick him out because I've been mentioning all morning on the show, there's a golden eagle out there. I can see him. It's huge, and he would make short work of that cat. But I have to know what an author has named his 2 dogs.
Well, because they were rescue dogs, they came named already. So one is a girl dog, and she is Samwise, as in the Frodo in The Hobbit. And the other is Freya, as in the Nordic goddess. And the blonde husky is Freya. And then she's going to hear me saying that she can be scratching at the door now that I'm saying her name. Like, do you keep treats in your office? You never have before, but maybe you started now. Let's come and find out.
Maybe all of a sudden today is the day I got to be in there. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Maybe that man on the radio has got the treats.
You got two dogs with FOMO, the fear of missing a meal, I guess. Charles Hood, a great adventurist because he just takes the time to get up and get out. That's his advice to you. Just do it. I think that might be a Nike thing as well. Just do it. And also, don't forget to read, whether it's weighty stuff like Sylvia Plath or the comic books. Get out there, just read. It'll make you a better writer. And just get out there. It'll make you a better adventurist. It starts today with getting off the couch. Charles Hood, I'm so excited. I want to read A Salad Only the Devil Would Eat. And I want to read this latest and see the photos, Nature at Night. I don't get out there enough at night. Discover the hidden world that comes alive after dark. Charles Hood joins us. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you being on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but Charles Hood of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Awesome. And check out these books we're talking about. Pretty cool. See if they carry them up there at Legends Bookstore in Cody. We talked yesterday with Kaylin Beasley, who's up there at Legends. Get a hold of Kaylin and tell him you want to read a couple of Charles Hood's books. Yeah. Let's take a quick break. Last break on the show. We'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Did you hear that Amazon has backed off the idea of posting on all the stuff they sell how much extra that item cost you because of Trump's tariffs? I can't believe they were actually going to do that. I mean, would Amazon do that in any other political climate? Would Amazon... It seems so weird. Amazon was thinking of, and they have just recently backed off, probably because they got a phone call from President Trump, which they did. A pissed off Trump called Jeff Bezos, by the way. Called him up. So what the heck are you doing with this? This is a dumb idea. Amazon was going to put on the website, like, you go to buy some on Amazon, whatever it is. I need a spatula. Oh, this spatula was made in China, of course, like 90% of everything Americans buy. Although not Wyomingites. We should talk about that. Wyoming's one of the least reliant states on Chinese imports. But Amazon was considering putting on their website, when you go to buy a spatula, let's say a spatula costs $8.99. And they were considering putting somewhere on the website, with a $3 markup because of tariffs on China. How much of the $8.99 of the spatula was an increase because of trade wars launched by your president? That's what Amazon was considering doing. I think that's kind of outrageous. And so does President Trump. He called Bezos the other day. Jeff Bezos is the guy who runs Amazon, right? Yeah, Amazon founder. I'm reading this story in CNN. The White House took aggressive aim at Amazon. President Donald Trump put in a call to Jeff Bezos, probably has him on speed dial. Those are some of the most powerful men in the world. Tuesday morning, the call came in. Bezos looks at his cell phone. It's POTUS. Trump called to complain about reports that Amazon was considering displaying the cost of U.S. tariffs next to prices for certain products on the company's website. Trump later said it was a good call. Trump's quote is, it must have went well because Amazon announced today that they're backing off that. They're not going to do it. And it must have went well because President Trump says, quote, Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. Good guy. I love Trump's quotes. He's always really terse. He doesn't talk in complete sentences. He talks in bullet points. Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. Trump told reporters yesterday, he solved the problem very quickly. Good guy. I wish I could do a Trump impression. But yeah, now we're hearing that Amazon's not going to do that. That's effective. President Trump picks up the phone and shuts it down. Wyoming's not even going to notice this whole tariff thing, according to this story on the interwebs. Who does this story? I don't even know. Let's see. It's the most China-reliant U.S. states as compiled by, I don't know. Somebody who's not citing their work, apparently. But Wyoming is not probably going to be too worried about any kind of tariffs or trade wars or China imports. Wyoming is one of the least reliant on Chinese imports of all the states. Most reliant on China imports, care to guess, that'd be an easy one. California. 25% of stuff Californians buy would be affected by tariffs. They're 25% of the stuff they buy is imports from China. Washington State is next. So it's the two states out there on the Pacific coast where the boats from China come in. The slow boat from China parks in California. 25% of the stuff Californians buy, Chinese imports. Washington, 21%. Illinois tops the list and comes in at number 3, 19%. Tennessee, Pennsylvania, New York, Georgia, Florida, Jersey, and Texas, all in the top 10. Who's on the bottom of the list, least dependent on China stuff? Wyoming, Montana, and Alaska. Resource-driven economies, more insulated from Chinese imports. So perhaps Wyoming won't even notice. Maybe. What else do we have yet to do? Oh, I want to check in with the weather forecast because I really want to go out golfing. I think it'll cure my kidney stone. Yeah, I would love to get out golfing, but it's raining like everywhere in Wyoming. So where and when? I want to get more specific details from our weather guy, Don Day. Here's a quick day weather forecast right here.
Well, the day will start off with some clouds, some shower and thunderstorm activity across the north. A front moving into northern Wyoming overnight, bringing another dose of wet weather to the northern and western counties of the state. Now, this system is not as wet as what we had earlier in the week, but as the front moves south, it will trigger showers and thunderstorms along its path. So later in the morning into the afternoon hours, we'll see showers and storms spread into the southwest, central parts of the state. Lastly, getting into the I-80 corridor area by late afternoon and evening, and then overnight. A few showers and thunderstorms will hang on into Thursday. And with this front coming through today and into Thursday, we'll trend not a lot, but a little bit cooler. Then as we get into Friday and the weekend, big warm up coming. We're going to see a big low move into California. Now, initially, this low will pump warmer air in from the south, and temperatures across the state will rise Friday through Sunday. Although in that mix of warmer temperatures will be a little bit of thunderstorm activity for the weekend.
That's the day weather forecast. All right, so it's kind of iffy for me golfing today. I should probably wait till tomorrow, but I can't. Thursday, Friday, Saturday throughout the Cowboy State looks pretty good weather-wise, as you heard Don Day say. But today, probably going to be difficult to dodge the raindrops almost everywhere. This story out of the Rocket Miner, and money and grants headed to Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. I have never flown into Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. Never flown in or out of Cody or Riverton or Casper. No, never experienced an airport in Wyoming other than Jackson Hole. But I know the other airports are pretty small. Jackson Hole Airport's pretty small, but these are really small. Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport in Rock Springs is looking to upgrade, modernize their airport terminal, upgrade the heating and cooling system. They need grant money for that, and it looks like that grant money is on the way. U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, announced just late last week that $8.25 million was on the way in grants to Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport to kind of beef up the efforts there in Rock Springs. Well, good for you guys, Rock Springs. This story Claire and I talked about earlier today in the show, the Lander man whose trial ended in a hung jury went ahead and pled guilty. It looked like, unless they, retry it, I guess in a hung jury, they can always try you again. But it looked like he might have been that one step close to being let free. But the 57-year-old man, despite watching his 6-day murder trial in January end with a hung jury, the Lander man all of a sudden changed course and yesterday, pleaded guilty to bludgeoning another man to death with a pipe. Michael Vigil, 40-year-old, confessed yesterday even after a hung jury back in January. The jury spent numerous days discussing, just could not come up with a conviction. Well, Michael Vigil saved them the effort. He said, "It was me. I did it." His quote, "I struck the victim with a pipe out of fear and he died, Your Honor." Vigil told Fremont County District Court Judge Jason Condor. He described the scenario to Judge Condor, described picking up the metal pipe and hitting the victim 3 times. Vigil was referencing the night of April 13th, 14th, when he invited Warren Jurgensen, 57-year-old, to his home. The pair started drinking. And Vigil says he suffers from schizophrenia. It was the big reason why the jury could not come to a verdict to convict. They felt bad that Vigil suffers from delusions and has his whole life. He's endured childhood sexual abuse. And he just doesn't think straight. The jury found him too mentally ill to rationalize his conduct on that night. But meanwhile, Vigil told his defense attorney, Ryan Semerad, that he wanted to address the judge yesterday. The judge listened as Vigil said, "It was me," gave a full confession yesterday. That story from Claire McFarland in the Cowboy State Daily. Now we got to bounce out of here. We've used up a whole Wednesday on the show. Big thanks to Charles Hood for popping on. Famed author, naturalist, and adventurer. He was on the show. That was fun. I got to run out and buy his latest book. It sounds great. It's a Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Everybody have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.